Good morning. Well, this ought to be good. Yes, actually I scanned through it. So, there was by the way, this is hello day 4 of the um Ashley Benefield murder trial, and you voted that she wouldn't testify. I voted that she would, and she is. So you were wrong and I am right. I'm just kidding. But I've noticed that she's really put on some theatrics this morning. I haven't listened at all. I just scanned through it. Looking for I need to update my I need to update my thumbnail for this. So anyway, yeah, sometimes it's fun being wrong. All right. So there was another witness before her this morning when, good morning, Sharon, when the defense took the case over. They called another witness. I don't know who that was. And honestly, so I feel like I want to get through her testimony. And then if we have time, we can go back and look at the other testimony from this morning. So, are you ready to roll? Are you ready to hear from, maybe she'll sway us. Maybe she will. For those of us who believe that she is guilty, maybe she will change our minds. And everybody's ready. Do you have your coffees and your snacks and your donuts and your bagels and your chais, all that? You got that already settled in? I do. All right, let's go.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Tell other witnesses, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left to right. And if you speak in a loud, clear voice, the electronics will pick up everything.
Okay.
Crazy, go away.
Good morning. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name, please?
Ashley Christina Benefield, Benefield.
How are you feeling this morning, Ashley?
Good morning, John.
Nervous.
All right. Try best you can to relax, and we'll get through this.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Tell us a little bit, Ashley, about where.
Okay. I'm all ready. With her entire. Okay, I've got major Amber Heard vibes going on. I'm sorry. I just do.
Where you were born and raised.
I was born in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I grew up in Annapolis, Maryland.
What type of.
When I see people like this actually acting like Amber Heard, I realize, I think to myself, you realize she didn't win, right? Well, hey, Teacup. Well, Johnny, I called it. So I'm right again. She's testifying. I'm kidding. I'm just being very silly this morning.
But family values were instilled in you.
Objection, no.
Oh,
I believe in the importance of kindness and compassion, empathy, honesty, hard work, accountability.
What type of work did your father do?
My
Objection relevant.
I'll allow it.
My dad was a Naval Academy graduate who was a Navy pilot and then started flying privately for the airlines, which is what he still does.
And how about your mom?
When I was born, my parents decided that my mom would stay home to take care of me full time since my dad traveled so much.
I want to ask you a few questions about your childhood. Did you have any siblings?
I grew up an only child.
Were your parents active in your development as a child?
She grew up an only child. I have to say that explains a lot. Now, no shade whatsoever to the only children out there. I'm just talking about, oh, is she getting a lot of sympathy right now? Well, we're going to be a little more measured here, Patricia, but she grew up an only child. You can like, it just explains a lot of her entitlement and all of that. And a ballerina, right?
Wow.
Yes, they were very active in my schooling and supportive of my pursuit of the arts.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, I'm sorry. We need some, get some headsets. How many? Just request to speak up. Oh, I'm sorry. We can hear.
Do the best you can, Ashley.
Okay.
Do you have any?
Okay. So it appears that all she was asked to do is speak up. And that has frazzled her. It's not going to be a good day for her.
Hobbies?
I love art. I like drawing, painting, sculpting, ballet. I enjoy gardening, baking, cooking. Most importantly, I'm a mom.
What type of high school did you attend?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain at this point.
Um,
I'm trying to establish her ballet, Your Honor.
All right. If it's related to something specific, then
Yes,
yes.
sir. Thank you. Tell us about your high school, Ashley.
I went to a small private Christian school.
And did you study anything in particular in high school?
I was focused on pursuing ballet.
So Patricia, in fact, she was a Mennonite. I'm kidding. But
Curriculum when you were in high school?
Yes, I danced full time. I actually finished my last few credits my senior year with an accredited homeschool program for athletes, so I could dance during the day.
Do you still dance professionally?
No.
Why not?
I retired after I tore my hamstring.
I want to ask you about Doug. When did
look at that glare. Look at that. The glare of a defiant or a indignant daughter. That's nails right there.
the two of you meet?
We met August 25th of 2016.
And tell us what your impression of him was when you met.
He was very confident in who he was, passionate about what he was doing for work. He was fascinating to talk to.
What was it, if you recall in particular, that attracted you to him, Ashley?
He was funny, very smart, charming. We just instantly clicked.
Was Doug in the military?
Yes, just like my dad, he was in naval aviation.
Did he turn out to be who you thought he was?
No, not at all.
I want to direct your attention, Ashley, now, if I can, to the day of the homicide, September 27, 2020.
Okay.
Specifically late in the afternoon. Would you tell us why Doug was at your home?
He came over to help load some of the larger items that my mom and I had kind of pre-staged in the garage into the U-Haul truck.
And were there any discussions between the two of you about the order that these things should be placed in the back of the truck?
Yes, we had discussed that my things would be going in last, right at the front, so they would be easy to get out first. At one point, he had me help him load one of the larger pieces into the back of the U-Haul truck. And when I was up in the truck with him, I realized that everything had been all like mixed together and it was no longer separated. And I pointed that out to him, and he got really offended and upset. He said, "It shouldn't be your stuff, your house, my house."
Was there a particular demand he made at that time?
He said I needed to start acting like a wife.
Tell us at that point how you chose to deal with him.
I tried to change the subject. I could see how upset he was getting. So I wanted to kind of alleviate that.
And how was Doug reacting to your efforts to do that?
He was getting more upset and aggressive and threatening.
Do you attempt to avoid confrontation with him?
Yes.
What do you do?
I was trying to get him to leave. I kept suggesting that maybe we should be done, saying I was tired. We should just wrap it up for the day.
And what was Doug's reaction to that effort?
He heard me, but he completely disregarded what I was saying.
Ashley, would you tell us if there came a time shortly thereafter where there was physical contact between the two of you?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
We were in the living room, and as he came up to me, instead of walking past me, he walked like right into me, like a body check. He like thumped me.
His shoulder to your shoulder?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you can, the force of the bump.
It caught me off guard. I almost fell. I like stumbled.
How was he acting at that point?
He was clearly hostile. He was mumbling under his breath and was glaring at me.
What was your concern?
I could see that it was escalating, and I didn't want him to blow up at me.
Was there a second instance of physical contact?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
We were in the garage, and it was very much like the living room. I had just suggested strongly that I wanted to be done for the day. And he, as he came up to me, he walked right into me. Again, body checked me.
Finally, was there a third instance of contact?
Yes.
What happened?
We were in the hallway, and we were coming opposite directions towards each other, and he had a box. And as he walked up to me, he looked me in the eye, and he drove the corner of the box up into me.
Where?
My side.
Indicating on your right side.
Yes, sir.
In the hip area?
Yes, sir.
What was the result of that?
Scratching. It burned.
Yes, sir.
Ashley, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibit numbers 8, 9, and 10. Approach.
Yeah, just do me a favor, whenever you're holding them up, they were facing the jury until they're admitted.
Sorry.
Yes, sir, thank you very much. 8, 9, and 10?
Yes, sir. Will you tell us what Exhibit 8 represents, Ashley?
It's a scratch right here.
And was that scratch caused by the cardboard box that you just related?
Yes, sir.
When was that photograph taken?
The night of September 27th, 2020 at the sheriff's office.
Okay, and how about exhibit number 9?
Also scratches on my side.
From the same incident?
Yes, sir.
Also taken that evening at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and exhibit 10?
The same scratches as in 9. They're just, it's a close-up.
Do these photographs, Ashley, truly and accurately reflect the scratches and bruises you received on late that afternoon on September 27, 2020?
Yes.
Do they accurately reflect how the scratches looked when they were fresh?
Yes.
Thank you. I move respectfully, Your Honor, defense exhibits 8, 9, and 10 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They'll be received.
What was your response, Ashley, after being struck by the cardboard box?
I apologized.
Why would you have apologized?
Because I could see how upset he was, and I didn't want him to get more mad at me.
Where does Doug go after that incident?
He continued to the garage with the box.
And what happens at that point?
We started getting into a back and forth about being done for the day and what still needed to be packed and that I wanted to be done. And we ended up in our daughter's bedroom, and he started screaming at me. He said, "Shut the fuck up." He started calling me names. And he said, "I can see what you're doing. You're trying to get me to leave." He said, "I don't have to leave. I can stay and spend the night if I want to because I'm your husband."
At that point, Ashley, how did you feel with respect to your own personal safety?
I was scared.
Did you take any steps to try to avoid anything further?
Yes, I ran to try to leave the house
And where did you run to?
to the front door.
Did you make it?
No,
Tell us what happened.
he stopped me. He
How?
grabbed me by the hand and he yanked me back. I'm not really sure how he did it, but he spun around so he was in front of me, between me and the door.
So,
He said,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
"Where the fuck do you think you're going?"
Y'all. So I said the exact same thing in my reaction to Amber Heard, okay? She's acting like this is the first time she's ever told this story and like it's a new memory or something, and she's right, like it's forced, like she's forcing these things and she has to act everything out, and it's the word is histrionic, okay?
What was your response? Do you specifically recall? Tell us.
I just blurted it out and I said, I'm done and you need to leave now.
What was Doug's reaction to that command to leave now?
He said, you can't fucking leave me.
Then what happens?
He hit me on the side of the head.
Ashley, I'm going to ask you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 7.
You guys, I have an overactive empathy meter, okay? When I see real emotion, real tears, real hurt, real pain, I'm sitting here a puddle, right? I'm not feeling any of that for this woman. I just don't. You know, I'm sorry that they had a volatile relationship. I'm just not convinced that she was as scared as she's trying to make herself out to be at the time and all that stuff.
Tell us what that represents.
It's a picture of my face.
Is it an accurate picture of what your face looked like on that night?
Yes, sir.
Who took that photograph?
I don't remember her name. She was at the sheriff's office.
At the sheriff's office? Okay.
Yeah, so I don't see tears either, and also when you're that emotional, your nose is gonna get all snotty and you're gonna need tissues. Nothing like that. I mean, maybe that's why ballet didn't work out too well for her, because her face acting isn't great.
Now, what is it about that photograph that shows or reflects the slap or the hit that you got to the side of your head on that day by Doug?
That side of my face is like swollen and puffy and discolored around my eye.
And is your eyelid drooping
Yes,
on the side where you were hit?
yes.
Your Honor, I move defense exhibit number 7 into evidence.
Received.
What was different at that moment, Ashley, than at any time in your prior relationship with Doug?
He had never actually hit me before.
What did you do?
I ran
Where?
to my room
Why?
because I was scared.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Ashley, did you have anything in your room that could protect you?
I had my gun.
Did you grab the gun?
Yes.
As you're grabbing the gun, what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the door hitting the doorstop.
As if it is flung open?
Yes.
And what do you see, Ashley, when you look up?
Doug was standing in the doorway. His face was red. Like the veins were bulging in his neck. The way he was looking at me, he didn't even look like Doug. His eyes were black.
Does he yell anything at you?
He said, "You're fucking done."
And what does he do at that point?
I held the gun like in front of me and I said, "Stop." And he like turned and he got into this like, it was like a fighting stance. I got low and he started like moving his arms and his hands around. He was making these like jerking motions.
What were you expecting when you were holding the gun out in front of you and you told him to stop?
I thought when he saw it, he would leave.
Did he?
No.
At that point, Ashley, what are you thinking?
I thought he was going to kill me.
Tell us what happens next.
He started coming towards me, and then he lunged at me, and I started pulling the trigger. And he just kept coming. And I remember trying to move to get away from him, but he kept coming at me.
Ashley, would you tell us why, if you're holding a loaded firearm, you were attempting to move away?
I was trying to get away from him. I was terrified.
All right, so you're firing. He keeps advancing. What happens next?
It was like his feet slipped out from under him and his legs went up in the air.
When Doug hits the floor, what's your immediate reaction?
I ran to get help.
Can you tell us how many shots you fired?
I have no idea. I was in a panic.
Do you remember anything about the shooting beyond what you've told us here?
It was a blur.
Where did you run for help, Ashley?
To my neighbor's house.
What's your neighbor's name?
John Sant.
Ashley, I have to ask you a couple of very difficult questions. You okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Ashley, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you shot Doug.
I was scared to death. I thought he was going to kill me. There was nowhere to go. I was trapped. In my own house, he wouldn't let me leave.
See, here's the issue. Here's the issue, okay? These are the feelings that you would have immediately after the event, right? Do you know how many times she's probably told this story? When you have processed a story, a traumatic story in your life for a period of time, you learn how to tell the story, and your emotional response to telling the story is much, much, much different than the first time when you're actually reliving it. You can be sitting there reliving the horrible event without sitting there going, I was scared. So, you know, what the mistake that some of these defendants make, because they don't know what these emotions really feel like. And this is just me making a blanket statement about defendants like this who are trying to lie on the stand. I'm not saying she is for sure. I'm just saying a lot of defendants will act out the emotions that they think one would have when telling a story like this if it was true. But it doesn't ring true, and the emotions don't ring true. Of course she would be scared, of course, but that it doesn't ring true with her sitting on the stand telling it that way. When you really did go through something like that, the last thing you want to do is have an emotional outburst while you're talking about it. You're actually trying to your very, very best to suppress your emotions so that you don't lose it. It's just really, yeah. And there are too many DV survivors to, and I feel like the people who are the DV survivors, most of them can see through this,
As you sit here today, Ashley, how do you feel about what happened?
Horrible. He's the father of my child. So I'm gonna have to explain it all to her.
Judge, I wonder, could we have a minute, maybe a brief recess, have her compose herself?
All right. Members of the jury, if you could step out for a couple of minutes, we'll bring you right back. Just leave your
So that was a very strategic, oh, you are so upset, we must take a break. She's so upset, we have to take a break. Can we take a break? And then they take a break. And I saw this earlier. While they take, I don't know.
notes where they are.
I don't know if it's this time or not, but during a break when she's just sitting there freaking out on the stand.
You put them face down. Please don't begin your deliberations. You can use your phones, but don't talk with anybody outside the jury about the case. Don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics. We're going to talk. Take a moment to compose yourself.
Yeah, would it be all right if she stepped out?
No, sir.
Oh, so it's not okay if she steps out. So look at the panic attack.
May I approach her? With no conversation?
As long as you don't say anything. Yeah.
Not say a word.
Yes.
This is all very much for the jury and us, the jury of the court of opinion. This is for us, you all. Is it
You
working?
okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Ma'am, there's Kleenexes here next to you. Those.
Okay, thank you.
This is the first time she's being pulled, and there's nothing to clean up with the cleanup. There's nothing. I would have gone through 15,000 of those things.
Sorry.
All right, Judge, I think you can bring it back in.
Okay. Right.
Yes.
All right. Let's go and bring the jury back in.
She doesn't seem okay to me. She does, nope. She's going into panic attack mode according to her breathing.
Yes, sir. We might have stepped into the facility, so we'll wait a minute.
Her face, they gave her, he reminded her of the Kleenex right there. She picked it up, she took the Kleenex and wiped her face. There was nothing. I would be gone through 15 boxes of Kleenex by now. You need to tell me that she hasn't gotten any sort of therapy for this whatsoever. Look at the defense. Look at defense counsel. Wait. Look at defense counsel. They're like, So, John, you watching it without the chat didn't change your mind at all? Yeah, I don't hysterically hyperventilate, so my panic attacks are more like just sudden onset crying. That's right, Chopper. That's the thing. Usually by this time, you're mad when you're telling this story. You're not scared. You're fucking pissed off. You're when someone has done wrong to you, you're fucking pissed. And she's trying to only show one emotion, scared and sad. You know?
All right, bring him in.
When you're reliving a moment like that and you're retelling it, you feel the feelings of fear, but you rationally know that fear isn't that thing isn't happening to you right now. You're just angry that you even have to sit there and talk about it. That there's even a need or a reason to even talk about it. That the fact that the thing of that incident even exists, you're so pissed that the crying is useless. You know what I mean? And so anger is what takes over. I'm sure they can, Johnny.
A little more minutes till the jurors are finished with their break. So let's 9:56. Let's say at 10:05 we'll reconvene. Ms. Benefield, I'm going to allow you to leave the stand. However, you are in the middle of your testimony. You may not communicate with anyone at all, but you can't. You need to step out, you can do so. So we'll be in recess until about 10:05 or so.
So then she goes over to her table and puts her head on the table as if she still has, like this thing just happened to her and she still has to process it. Like it's all happening all over again. Oh, okay. Now let's see what happens when she lifts her head up. She's portraying right here with her body movements that she is in full cry mode. That's what she's portraying right here. I'm in full cry mode. Let's see what it looks like when she lifts up her head. She's like, I gotta make my face red. I don't know. Do you see any tears there? Yeah, snot and drool, and she'd be reaching for that Kleenex before she lifts her head up because you don't want people to see the snot and the drool. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's nothing there. Look, like she's it's like I'm so sorry. I'm not laughing at this situation. I'm laughing at the absolute absurdity of the way this woman is acting. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, Patricia. Yeah. Look at the napkin. Look at the Kleenex. Look. It's not it's no, 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 no. Let's see how this looks here. There's no there is no tear to dry. There's no tear to dry. Hey, some beach. Oh my gosh. she's like, oh, I gotta make sure my makeup is okay. Your makeup is just fine because you're not crying. Look at that. Now it seems like she's more upset that she hasn't been able to squeeze out tears. And here's the other thing what's super unnatural about this, you guys. When you're telling a story like this again, you don't have an entire mental breakdown for minutes afterward about it. You get through telling the story. Yeah, it can be emotional. Yeah, Chopper. What I would be suppressing is my anger. I would be on the stand trying to look like I'm not angry and vengeful after being treated like that, you know? There's just literally not, the only sign of distress is the shape that she's putting her face in. But you don't once you've lived through a situation and then you tell that you've already told the story. Oh, people put mint like around their face and around their hair so they can cry. Wow. It's just, retelling it does not create this kind of yeah, I'll have to look what the jury makeup is. I don't know for sure. But retelling the story does not produce that kind of like extended emotional reaction. And again, she's probably told this story numerous times by now. Okay, now she's finally calmed down.
All right. Thank you, be seated. All right, I've checked. The jury is all back. They're ready to go. I'm sorry.
Hey, Adrian.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring him in.
Cracking the jury is 6 people? 6 people? Her eyes are drier than my chicken breasts, and that says something. Yeah, me too, Chopper. That's the thing. It really pisses honest victims off, you know? To have somebody sit there and fake it so bad. So it's a great testimony that division between men and
Anybody legal topics we've heard anything about? Everybody says no.
Laundry basket. It was in a storage bin. It was on top of my laundry basket.
Will you describe the storage bin?
It was like a square bin with hard sides and cloth covering the sides.
Do you remember how old Emerson, your child, was at the time of this incident?
About 2.
Was Emerson able to access that storage bin?
No,
Whose firearm was
mine.
it? Did you have a license?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, Ashley, what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 2. And Your Honor, I'd like to, if I could, put that up on the screen. Could we?
Are you from the Elmo?
For the blinds.
Oh, sure. And one more set of lights.
Thank you, Deputy. Ashley, take a look at the picture on your concealed firearm license. And in particular, are we able to zoom in on the portrait, the picture? Yeah. Ashley, do your eyelids look the same in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Do they look different in the picture that we admitted after you were slapped?
Yes, sir.
Let's put the, let me see now. Let's put Defendant's Exhibit Number 7 up on the screen. Ashley, what side of your face did he hit you on?
The left side.
The
The
left
the
side.
left side.
And as we're looking at this picture, it would be to the right.
Correct.
Is your eyelid on the right side the same as your eyelid on the left side?
No, sir.
And how about your eyebrow? The space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the right side, is that the same as the space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the other side?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Judge. I think we can lift the blinds. Firearm registered? Was the firearm registered to you, Ashley?
Yes.
Right, I'd like to now direct your attention back to your initial introduction to Doug. How long was it before Doug expressed his devotion to you?
It was about 4 days after we met that he told me he loved me.
Did any significant event follow after he expressed his love for you?
He flew me to South Carolina, where he was living at the time, and asked me to marry him, and I said yes.
You remember the date?
September 7th, 2016.
How old was he at the time on September 7th, 2016?
54,
And how old were you?
24.
When you finally moved in together, what was it like?
It was challenging. Doug hadn't told his daughter Eva that we had gotten married, and so when she found out, she was really upset. Just understandable. Her mom had suddenly passed 8 or 9 months before, And I was a complete stranger to her. Now I'm moving into her house.
At that point in your relationship, Ashley, describe for us the man you thought you'd married.
He was very loving and attentive. He was always with me. We did everything together. We laughed a lot. And he made me feel very special and loved. He always was looking for ways to be with me and to do things for me.
I'm gonna have to. I really want to illustrate. Hold on one moment, you guys. Sorry. I'm wanting that question back again because he asked her what something about, about Doug. Good things about. Tell me about Doug. Your relationship with him. And she starts to talk about it. And all of her responses are in relation to how he was to her, what he did for her, not, who he was as a person and why you got along so well. Well, he was attentive and he made me feel special. Now, that's all very normal, but there's, someone who isn't quite so self-centered might be also talking about what a great guy I am. I'm going to play at some beach. What a great guy he is, right? So, yeah. And I don't know how she thought she could even know who she was marrying after 13 days, right? So here it is.
At that point in your relationship, Ashley, describe for us the man you thought you'd married.
He was very loving and attentive.
Loving and
He
attentive,
was always with me.
always with
We
me.
did everything together.
We did everything together.
We laughed a lot.
We laughed a lot.
And
Look at him.
he made me feel very special and loved.
He made me feel special.
He always was looking for ways to be with me and to do things for me.
Me, 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 me. Me. Sorry.
Was there a short time after that you were separated?
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason?
Before I had met him, I had planned a trip. And so I went on my trip. It was a cruise with my mom and one of my girlfriends.
Were you able to communicate with Doug while you were on the cruise?
Yes, sir.
How?
We mostly messaged each other.
I'm going to pass you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 3, I believe, for identification.
Yes. Oh, sweet, I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, the ones that we see.
Yes, sorry.
Yes, sir.
I'll take a minute and go through those, and I'm going to ask you about them.
Okay. Me to read them or yeah,
Look
okay.
through all of them. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about them.
Okay.
Received from Doug Benefield while you were on the cruise?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move defense exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Objection?
Yes.
Yes.
Defense Exhibit number 3.
Any additional objections?
Oh, I'm sorry, not other than what we discussed.
Okay. Admitted, subject to what we discussed at the bench.
Ashley, in this exhibit number 3, who's represented in blue and who's represented in green?
I take a look again. I'm blue and Doug is green.
You're blue and Doug is green.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to ask you what you thought and how you felt after this series of text messages where he said the following to you. And I'll go through them and you can respond.
Okay.
Like always being armed. And understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom. If I dwelt on it, I would go into a rage to remove them from the earth. I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed. Last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck. I couldn't defend you. But could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove the images in my head. It is same, and knowing you were taken advantage of still in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. You haven't seen the warrior side and never want to. We went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. But kill the bad people. How long had you been married when you received these texts from Doug?
I believe it was about a month or so. Probably thereabouts.
Do you recall approximately how long you had been married?
Well, we got married in the beginning of September, and this would have been the end of November.
Okay.
So
What-
more than that, I'm sorry.
What did you think? Was there anything about those texts that caused you to pause?
You know, at the time, I kind of tried to write it off that he was my new husband and he was just trying to be kind of manly and, you know, be protective and, you know, was trying to show that he really loved me. I think that was kind of what I,
Did you
At
think
the
it was
time.
flattering?
yeah.
Ashley, how long did this facade that you've described of Doug's last?
Probably about 3 months.
And what signs did you begin to see that he was not who you thought he was?
When I got back from the cruise, he started becoming very like controlling and possessive. He started criticizing everything about me, like the way I would wear my hair or did my makeup or the way I dressed. I found myself trying to change everything about me to make him happy.
If you had to pinpoint a specific incident, Ashley, early on that stands out to you, what would that be?
A friend of his had come to town to visit, and we went out to dinner with him. And when we went to leave, Doug had had too much to drink, and so I said that I would drive home. And he instantly got really mad at me. He was offended. He started screaming at me, and it continued all the way home. And when we got inside, I told him that he was drunk and he just needed to go to bed. And that really set him off. And he tried to flip over the dining room table. He threw a chair at me. He kept screaming at me until he stopped, and then he apologized. And he said it would never happen again. He said he's really sorry.
And Ashley, did it happen again?
Yes.
Explain what happened.
Hi, Tiggy girl. Haven't seen you in a while.
We had gone to church one Sunday, and after service, after everyone was leaving, we talked to the pastor in like the lobby area in front. And at one point, Doug stormed off, and by the time I caught up with him, I was in the parking lot, and he started cussing at me, calling me names. And when we got in the truck, he accused me of having a thing for the pastor, and he said I was a slut and a whore, and he screamed at me all the way home.
Ashley, was he aggressive and threatening like that in other instances?
It started happening more and more with me, with our animals. He would hurt our pets.
On approximately how many occasions was he cruel to your pets?
A handful.
How would Doug react following a dark episode?
Well, he was either really up or really down. And after, he would be very sweet and apologetic, and he'd be kind, and things would be good. And it was kind of like a flip of a switch, and something would set him off again.
Did you find anything one day, Ashley, that gave you insight into Doug's marriage to his previous wife, Renee?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it was.
I had been going through and kind of cleaning and organizing, and I was going through a bunch of old devices like phones and iPads, and I found a texting conversation between Doug and Renee, his previous wife.
Let me pass to you, Ashley, what we've marked as defendant's exhibit number 11. Can you identify that, Ashley?
This is part of the texting conversation. This is a text from Renee Benefield to Doug.
Is that a true and accurate copy of what you came across that day that you just related to us?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I'd like to move that into evidence as defense exhibit number 11.
No objection.
Received.
I'm going to read this to you. Let me know if it's accurate.
Okay.
I was deeply disappointed that you distorted the truth about who you really were when I married you. I loved you, though finding out you weren't really what you pretended to be. You kicking me so hard on New Year's Eve on our honeymoon because you were having trouble functioning in certain areas. You holding a gun to your head twice in my home that I opened to you with my children that still love you. Having to sell everything down to my wedding ring. Finding out you were on Viagra, which all of you had to do was tell me, you know I wouldn't care. Trying to film us making love on our honeymoon. Finding out that you wore eye pencil on and on. I loved you so much I didn't care. That's why I was shocked to think you would take pictures of me without asking. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell us, Ashley, how Doug would act when he would go off.
He would call it a fit of rage. Sometimes it was as simple as him just yelling and screaming at me or cussing at me, calling me names. Other times he would throw things or break things or smash things. He would come at me like he was going to hit me. He told me I was lucky that he punched walls instead of me.
Are there any incidences in particular, Ashley, that stand out to you?
Yes.
Tell us, please.
We were having an argument and he came at me like he was going to hit me. And our dog, Sully, jumped up in between us and he punched him in the face so hard that he knocked him out. I just remember screaming because I thought he had killed him.
Were there other times that Doug hurt the animals?
Yes, he had kicked, punched Sully. He threw our cat multiple times. One time he threw Snuffy down the stairs.
What kind of impact did this behavior have on you?
I was always walking on eggshells, trying to do the right things. Because if I said the wrong thing, he would get mad at me. And so I always tried to do it right. If I wore the wrong thing, he would call me a whore or a slut. I feel like I couldn't do anything right.
What strikes me is that we're not getting any color on how she was behaving in the argument. So while he was, having a rage, an emotional fit, was she just sitting there docilely, just cowering in the corner? That just doesn't, and of course that's not what's going to come out on the stand, but and I don't know exactly how it does come out, but you're not seeing the full picture, right?
Was there an incident, Ashley, in June of 2017 that you vividly recall?
Yes.
Please explain it.
We were having an argument and it started getting really out of hand. He pulled a gun out and he was like waving it around. And then he threw it at me. And it hit the wall behind me, punched a hole in the wall. So I went to run to try to leave.
He pulled the gun out and held it to his head. He said that he's gonna blow his fucking brains out, and I was gonna have to watch him. And he pulled the trigger and he shot a hole in the ceiling in the kitchen.
Ashley, at that point, what were you thinking about your marriage?
He wasn't anything like I thought he was. I feel like I had made a really big mistake marrying him. It was like I was just living in this nightmare. I never knew what I was going to get.
Did there come a time in July or August of 2017 when you found yourself with child?
Yes.
So let's be clear here chronologically. You became pregnant after this incident where you related that he shot the gun in the ceiling of the kitchen?
Yes, it would have been like right after that, I guess.
Was it planned?
No, it's the last thing on my mind at that point.
How would you deal with Doug?
I tried to do all the right things and keep him happy. Kind of just go with the flow. I didn't want to rock the boat ever.
Did you have a difficult pregnancy?
Yes, I was really sick.
Did you go home from South Carolina to stay with your mom here in Bradenton at the end of August 2017?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time when you returned to South Carolina?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ashley, why you returned to South Carolina?
I had decided that I was going to leave him. And so I went back to get my things. When he brought me down, I didn't even have like a suitcase or anything. So I went back to get my stuff. And I wrote him a note and left him a letter saying why I was leaving.
I'm gonna have an objection.
You approach.
All right, Ashley, can you identify what we marked for identification of defendant's exhibit
Judge, I'm
number?
gonna object.
Sustained.
Or she can't even identify it.
No, sir. I made my ruling.
You told us you left him a letter?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Let me pass this to you. You can.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Sustained.
Do you remember independently everything that you said in the letter?
Not everything, no.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you were able to see the letter?
Yes.
Judge, objection.
Sustained.
At the time that you wrote the letter, Ashley, were the contents fresh in your mind?
At the time, yes.
The letter was written in September 2017.
Yes, that's correct.
It's now 2024,
Yes, sir.
so 7 years ago.
Yes.
All right. Do your best
Okay.
to try to respond to a series of questions I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
What did you tell Doug?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. Sir, can we approach, please?
So defense is working very, very, very hard to get this piece of evidence in. And unfortunately, sometimes we don't know all the ins and outs of what's decided about evidence coming in and evidence coming out and all that type of stuff. Adrian, let's just say, you know, in my personal opinion, she's not super convincing in her argument about shooting her husband in self-defense. That's what I will say. She's not super convincing. I think that might be the lady with the.
How did you feel about your personal safety when you left Doug?
I was scared.
What was it?
So just to be clear, what he was just, the lawyer was just trying to get in through some letter that she wrote. That was denied. It was overruled. He can't bring in that evidence. So they just lost a little battle that they probably would have liked to have won.
That made you uncomfortable?
There's a lot of things. Just the things that he'd done, like punching our dog and shooting the gun and different things he would say and do.
And were you afraid for just you?
I was pregnant at the time. I was scared for the baby.
Twitter took some close up. Do you see any tears there?
Were there instances, Ashley, where you felt that your own safety had been placed in danger as a result of conduct by him?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
Oh, I guess one thing that comes to mind is sometimes he would drive really scary, yelling and screaming at me and like running up on curbs. One time he almost hit a tree.
Did you strike that? Describe the kind of things that would be done to intimidate you.
He would get in my face. He'd yell at me. He'd come at me like he was going to hit me.
What about breaking things?
He would break things, smash things, threw things at me.
Listen. How would you describe, if you were using adjectives, his behavior?
Possessive, controlling, manipulative, aggressive, scary, unpredictable.
Ashley, did you take any steps in addition to leaving this letter to protect yourself in South Carolina?
Yes.
What did you do?
I filed for a domestic violence injunction, like a protective order.
Sun Beach, I think today finishes the trial if the cross-examination of Ashley finishes up. I think maybe it's possible. It's possible we'll be done with trial and the jury will have it today. You know, I want to emphasize what Johnny is saying here. I agree. Yelling and smashing things can make you very, very scared. Very scared. And in fact, I hear a lot of myself in Doug. When I was younger and my kids were younger, I had a volatile temper and I would like drive my car, you know, in a kind of a scary way. And I would say things trying to exert how angry I was. And then I realized that I was scaring people with my behavior. I never, ever physically ever harmed anybody. Nobody, not my children, not my husband, nobody. Okay. But I'm saying that I would fly off the handle. I would yell, I would scream, and I would throw things. And that was scary to them. I changed. Okay. I see in the text messages in the communication between Doug and her that he worked on it. He recognized it. He worked on changing. He saw that this was scary to her and he wanted to change that. Also, none of that proves that he was lunging forward to attack her when she shot him. Right? So I'm just trying to, I think most people in the courtroom, hey Tia, most people in the courtroom can identify with varying degrees of this behavior of coming from him and from her, right? So, you know, this is really going to be all about how convincing she is, and she's not super convincing in terms of him. Any of this warranting being shot at, none of it. No one ever even thought about pointing a gun and shooting at me because I was acting crazy. They knew they could talk to me later and I would be remorseful and I would say, and then I got help and I calmed down. So this is all just to say, yeah, Chopper says my mom used to throw plates at the ground. I would, oh gosh, I would slam doors. I was a rage monster. I didn't do it a lot. It would save up over time and then it would just blah, right? But I never harmed anybody, but I didn't realize that I was scaring them. I was trying to show them how angry I was and that it was their fault that I was angry, right? I always thought it was their fault that I was angry. But it wasn't their fault that I was angry. And that I didn't know how to control my rage. It was my fault that I didn't know how to control my own rage. So I dealt with that. Okay. So I just want to, there are such fine nuances in this. So yeah, Tia, I just remember one incident where I was so mad and I remember looking at just getting a glance at my son and seeing the look in his eyes. And I was like, oh shit, this can't happen again. He's scared. I cannot scare my children like this, you know? So, and I think they may not have been scared for their own safety. They were just scared. They didn't know how to control this out of control person who was so mad all the time. I wasn't raging all the time, but I was definitely always stressed out, constantly stressed out. So, and when you have PTSD and you haven't treated your PTSD causes you to behave in ways that is really, really, really troubling and bad and scary, So, yeah, and my kids, they very much have gotten past, it didn't change my relationship with my kids now. I think they saw that. I remember sitting down with my kids one day after I realized all of this and after I started, figuring out how to change it. I remember sitting down with my children and saying, remember how I used to haul off and scream and yell and fight and scream and yell? That is not okay. It's not okay for me to scream and yell in your face like that. And if I ever do it again, you are welcome to, I'm doing everything in my power to never, ever do that again. If I do that again, know that I know that I need to change that. Right. So I just want to, I knew that was a little bit of a long aside. I didn't know what PTSD was either. And I was so badly diagnosed. I had no idea what was going on inside of me. Nothing. I was scared of myself. What the hell is so wrong with me that I can't control, that I fly into these rages? I just didn't. So, yeah, I think it was a great lesson I think it's one of the reasons my kids admire me. My kids admire me a lot. They worship me. And I know that a lot of that has to do with the fact that they've seen me work really hard on being a good person. In a pretty fucked up and cruel world, So I'm sorry, you guys, but it really bothers me when somebody fakes abuse and fakes a scenario and fakes abuse in order to justify fucking murder. Okay. And I'm not sure yet if that is the case here, but that's currently what I'm seeing. So thank you for indulging me.
Ashley, what was the date? Did the court grant the injunction?
Yes, sir.
Was there a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Were you present at the hearing?
Yes.
Was Doug present at the hearing?
Yes.
Did the judge rule at the hearing?
From the bench, yes.
All right. What was the date of the hearing?
November 3rd, 2017.
I'm sorry?
November 3rd,
2017?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was that order that the judge decreed violated?
Yes.
By who?
By Doug.
How?
He sent me a package in the mail.
Sent you the package here in Florida?
Yes.
From South Carolina?
Yes.
What was the package represented to be?
A birthday gift, I believe.
And did you open it?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, when I opened it, there was an overwhelming smell, like a real strong chemical smell, and I got like an instant headache.
Did you report it to the police?
Yes.
Ashley, I'm going to pass to you what we've marked as defendant's exhibit number 14 and ask you if you can identify it.
Okay. What do I do with these? Okay. Yes,
What is it?
it's a picture of the package he sent to me.
Is it a true and accurate picture of the package that you received on that day in November?
The outside of it, yes.
All right, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Benefield, we move that into evidence.
No objection.
Received. Defendant's Exhibit 14.
What did you do with the package after you opened it?
I sealed it back up and I put it in the garage before I brought it to the sheriff's department.
Now, you told us when you received the package, aside from the contents giving you a headache, that it was in violation of the South Carolina restraining order.
Yes,
Did you, when you contacted the police, request that they take some action?
yes,
What was the result?
no charges.
Yeah, okay.
Sidebar. Okay, I could use a little comedic break before I zoom on this sidebar. I'm sorry, but this always just cracks me up. The clip I'm going to play is from somebody who has convinced YouTube that they are a legal prodigy. All right.
Your Honor, I would like to sidebar here. Is this, Your Honor, sidebar?
There's no jury here.
Okay, well, that's
So
me.
you do a sidebar to keep a jury from hearing things, but there's no jury here. So
Okay, then
if you
you're,
have an objection, make an objection.
Notified Ashley by the state attorney's office here in Manatee County that no charges were to be filed.
Yes,
Do you remember the date that you were notified?
not off the top of my
Let
head.
me show this to you and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Okay. At the top, it says October 8th,
Haven't seen that
2018.
before. Yeah, I play it occasionally here.
Ashley, when did you give birth to Emerson?
March 19th, 2018.
Where was Doug when you gave birth?
He wasn't there. It was during the restraining order from South Carolina.
So he wouldn't have been allowed to have contact with you.
Correct.
Do you remember how long the South Carolina restraining order was to last?
I believe it was 6 months.
Does there come a time when you're concerned about the South Carolina restraining order expiring?
Yes.
So at or about the time of that, what steps, if any, did you take to protect yourself?
I filed for a domestic violence injunction here in Florida.
What was the result?
It was denied.
And was there any directive entered with respect to Emerson?
There was a time sharing agreement set up.
Shortly after that, or at or about the same time, was there additional litigation that you filed?
Yes.
Do you recall what it was for?
Divorce and termination of parental rights.
In the termination of parental rights petition, Ashley, did you tell the court?
Objection, hearsay.
Go ahead and finish the question.
Did you advise the court in your petition about prior domestic acts of violence by Doug?
Yes.
Overruled. I'm sorry. Overruled. You may answer.
I'm sorry.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes.
Do you remember, or can you tell us today what you told the court?
I mean, not all off the top of my head.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I wouldn't be able to tell it all to you off the top of my head from memory now.
Okay, let's see if I can refresh your recollection. Sorry?
Do you want me to read the whole thing?
No.
Okay.
I would just like to ask you, has your recollection been refreshed?
I'm just getting to that part now.
Okay, then without referring to what's in front of you, tell us.
Well, can I
What you-
finish reading this section?
Remove the document
Now
from.
you need to remove the document if the memory's been refreshed.
I just said I didn't finish reading that part.
So he needs to finish reading.
I'm sorry, take your time, finish reading.
Okay.
Okay, now commit it to memory and now figure out how you're going to spin it.
Good for the high points.
Okay. Sorry. There's just a lot in here.
So tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ashley, the things that you had to say.
I talked about him punching Sully and kicking him, throwing our cat Snuffy, about him trapping me, grabbing me, yanking me, tripping me, shooting the gun in the house, punching holes in the walls. He trapped me in the closet, smash things like that.
All right. right. As part of the domestic violence injunction that you filed here in Florida, that was before Judge Moreland, was a deposition taken of Doug.
Yes.
Were you present?
Yes, by phone.
Who else was present at the deposition?
My attorney, as well as Stephanie Murphy, Doug's attorney, and a court reporter.
Was the judge present at the deposition?
No.
Were you able to hear the entire proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Did Doug make
Objection, caution.
Approach.
Well, they keep having these long sidebars that I keep having to clip through. Have you ever seen this one, Tia?
Because
What I'm
she
going to
couldn't
tell you,
file on
though,
me.
I am going to advise you, Miss Oriani.
That's fine.
You do have the right not to incriminate yourself.
I do.
I don't know.
And I would not like to speak on anything that has to do with
Can I
that.
Please talk.
Yep.
Thank you. Are you going to let me talk now? Are you going to interrupt me?
You can speak. Absolutely.
Appreciate that. Thanks for your permission.
This is your courtroom.
Uh,
What's been marked as defense exhibit number 17.
Okay.
I'd ask you if you can identify it.
Sir.
Tell us what it is.
There are text messages between me and Doug.
And do they truly and accurately reflect texting back and forth between you and Doug?
Yes.
On behalf of the defense, Your Honor, we move into evidence, defense exhibit number 17.
Objection overruled. Defendant's Exhibit 17 will be received.
Ashley, in defense exhibit number 17, the text messages, does Doug admit to shooting the gun in the house?
Yes.
Does he admit to throwing the gun at you?
Yes.
Does he admit to punching holes in the drywall of the house?
Yes.
Does he admit to punching the dog and rendering him unconscious?
Yes.
Objection, no, he does not. Those text messages do not say that.
If I'm going to sustain, if you want to publish the exact
Yes,
exhibit that's been admitted, you can do so.
we intend to publish upon completion of the examination. I want to ask you, Ashley, if I can, about other instances of abusive conduct. Was a tracker at any time placed on your car?
Yes.
Was it done with your permission?
No.
Did Doug no, hold on. And then it's exhibits 19 and 20. Tell us, if you would, what they depict.
Holes in the drywall of the house, our house in South
Okay.
Carolina.
Refer to them specifically. Exhibit number.
19 has a
What does that
picture
show?
of a hole in the drywall with my hand next to it. It's kind of been like pushed back in.
Is it a true and accurate production of what existed at that time?
Yes.
All right, and the next one?
20 has a picture of a hole, like a fist hole through the drywall in our home.
Okay, is it a true and accurate photograph of that?
Yes.
On behalf of the defense, Your Honor, we move them into evidence.
State any objection to defense 19 and 20?
No.
Received.
We didn't put it on the exhibit.
All right.
Ashley, did Doug admit to placing an illegal tracker on your vehicle?
Yes. In a message to me.
Did you report that to the police?
Yes.
What was the result?
No charges.
Were there incidents, Ashley, where Doug would appear unexpectedly?
Yes, a lot.
And how would that come about? Can you give us an example?
I'd be driving down the road and I'd see him in the rearview mirror, a couple cars behind me, or he'd be right behind me. Or sometimes he would show up at places that I was just unexpected. I'd see him, or like in the parking lot.
And was this while you were living here in Manatee?
Yes, I was living here
And where was Doug living at the time?
in South Carolina.
How could he do that?
He was driving here.
Was this also during the time that the South Carolina injunction was in place?
Both then and after as well.
Did you report those incidents to the police?
Yes.
What was the result?
No charges.
Was there an incident with a neighbor, Ashley?
Yes.
What happened? Ashley,
She,
were you present
yes.
for the incident?
Yes. He was outside in the yard at night looking in the windows of my house.
What is the neighbor's name?
Marianne Croft.
And was this reported to the police?
Yes.
Did they respond?
Yes, they came out.
Was it daytime or nighttime?
It was nighttime.
In your presence, was an identification made that it was Doug?
Yes.
What was the result?
No charges.
Was there an incident, Ashley, where you and your mother came home to find someone in the driveway of your home.
Yes.
Hi, Darlene. You are welcome in my chat. You are welcome to express your opinion, as long as you're respectful and do not start going after other people in my chat. Okay. So go ahead, express your opinion. Your opinion is welcome here as long as you're respectful. But if you keep going after specific people in my chat, I will block you. Okay. I don't play those games in my chat. Thank you.
Who was it?
It was Doug.
What did he do when he saw you?
He was on foot in front of the house, and when he saw us, he took off running.
Did you call the police?
Yes, I had to call several times before they sent someone out.
Did they take a report?
They did, but by the time they finally got there, he was long gone.
What was the result?
No charges.
I want to introduce what we've marked as Defendants Exhibit 23 and 24. Can you identify that?
Yes.
What does 23 show?
23 is a picture of Doug with his shirt off. He's like taking a selfie.
And is that how Doug looked at or about the time of the shooting on the 27th?
Yes.
All right. And what does the next exhibit show?
It's also a picture of Doug with his shirt off. He's working out. He's like doing like a push-up, I guess.
Does that too accurately represent what Doug looked like on the day of the homicide?
Yes.
Your Honor, on behalf of the defense, we move those two exhibits into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Just one or two more questions, Ashley. Was there a time back around May of 2020 where you wanted to learn about co-parenting with an abuser?
Yes.
Objection. Previous ruling.
Sustained.
To the question, Your Honor, or to the line of inquiry?
To the question.
Okay. Did you take any steps, Ashley, to try to determine how to co-parent?
Yes.
All right, and what was that?
I did some like Googling and reading to try to find helpful articles on what to do to make things
I'm going
good.
to pass to you what we've had marked as Defense Composite Exhibit 4, A, B, C, and D.
Objection, Judge. Previous ruling. Excuse me. Is the answer.
Can you approach?
That you researched was?
Domestic co-parenting with an abuser.
All right, and would you go to Exhibit 4B? What's the date of 4B?
5/11/2020.
Did you do an internet search then?
Yes.
What was the subject you researched?
Ask Amanda. How do I co-parent with an abuser?
All right, and 4C?
Yes.
What's the date of 4C?
5/11/2020.
And did you do an internet search then as well?
Yes.
What was the subject?
Co-parenting versus parallel parenting with an abusive ex, the Good Men Project.
All right, and lastly, 4D. What's the date of 4D?
5/11/2020.
Did you do an internet search?
Yes.
What was the subject?
6 tips to help you co-parent with an abusive ex.
All right, Your Honor, I think I'm finished if you just give me one moment.
Hold. When
Members of the jury, it's about 11:45, so I'm going to let you go.
Okay, yeah, pheromones. That's exactly right. Pheromones. And then the pheromones start, slowly dissipating and the masks start falling off and blah 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 blah. All right, so they take a lunch. Are they back yet? Let me see what he says about timing.
Go on your lunch break at this point. If I could have you guys back downstairs in that jury assembly room by 1 o'clock. And when I say by 1 o'clock, maybe 5 till, because the goal will be to go ahead and get you on up here and get started right around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Please remember, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves in any way, shape, or form. Don't discuss it with anybody outside of this jury, and do not do any research, watch television, read articles, anything at all about the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. All right, leave your notes just right there on your chair, and we'll see you back right at 1 o'clock. I had instructed you that you're in the middle of your testimony. You still are, because now the state's going to have the opportunity to do its cross-examination. The rule of sequestration applies to you. You may not discuss your testimony, any questions that have been asked with you, anything about the case, including with your own attorneys and defense team. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, you guys are free to go, and we'll see you back here. Just maybe a couple of minutes, as I said, state and defense, maybe just a couple of minutes before 1 o'clock, with the goal of getting everybody up here and started right at 1.
Okay.
All right. Exhibits. The clerk's checking right now. Parties, stay still until the clerk tells me that she has all of the exhibits that have been entered or proffered. Wait, 4A through D, you had proffered, but then you took them back?
I believe she.
Okay. Those are the same ones?
Yes, sir.
You didn't remark new ones?
No.
All right. I need 13A, B. Defense 13A and B. Oh, you know what? Those weren't admitted.
Right. Not admitted.
Right. No, so they weren't admitted. It was referenced and then that was it. Okay, all right, you guys are all set. Have a good lunch. Thank you.
All right, let's chat. And I'm very, very sorry that happened to you, Darlene. I'm very, very sorry that happened to you. So what are you all thinking at this point in terms of where did you believe her? And look, I believe she was scared. I believe they had a very volatile relationship. I believe, that his behavior scared her. I am not convinced that any of what we've just seen justifies a murder, a killing, a homicide. There's no proof that he was in the act of physically attacking her. In fact, they were planning right up until the moment that all happened to move together to Maryland and to reconcile and blah, 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 blah. And, it's funny. I noticed some other people saying, hey, I'm feeling judgy today, or you guys are being judgmental. I got to tell y'all, this is just a difficult fact to face. Okay. If you don't like seeing people be judgmental, and if you don't like judgmentalness, YouTube is not the right place for you. YouTube is not the right place for you, because this is basically all we have is our judgment. You know what I mean? Basically, all that's happening on YouTube is a bunch of judgy people being judgy. But anyway, so here's the thing to me. So if she's acquitted, will anybody else be in danger? Probably not. She's probably not a danger to herself, to others, right? Or herself, not sure. But shoot. Gosh darn it. I lost that thought. I hate when that happens. I'm sorry, you guys. This happens to me sometimes. And my regular viewers have gotten used to it. But anyway, but I also want to say, this is such a, I know. It was the whole idea of being acquitted, right? There still needs to be some justice in this situation. If he was not, there needs to be justice in this situation, because a man is dead, and he probably doesn't have to be dead. You know what I'm saying? That's what it boils down to. That's right. Thank you, Patricia. I just remembered it. So, if she's acquitted, will it wreck my day? Of course not. This is all up to a jury, and people having different opinions about whether they believe her or not, that doesn't wreck my day whatsoever. But there needs to be justice for this taking of a life if it indeed wasn't self-defense. And I am not convinced that it was self-defense. It can't be self-defense from years and years of emotional abuse. That really does suck. Emotional abuse fucking sucks, you guys. But that does not justify taking out a gun and shooting them. Okay. So for her to be justified in taking out a gun and shooting him, he had to have been lunging at her. He had to have been coming at her with a weapon. There is literally no proof of that. In fact, the evidence shows, the forensic evidence shows that he was turning away from her. Turning away from her as the bullets hit him. So he was, in fact, one of the most interesting questions from the state in redirect was, because there was she said that his legs like flew up. He tripped over something and his legs flew up, and that's how some bullet got somewhere. But when the defense got up and did the redirect, they said, would that be consistent with would the bullet in his leg there be consistent with him running away? And that's what it sounds like was happening, is that he was running away. So, that's just my feeling on it. I'm not super convinced. Now, here is, some of us were trying to figure out, are those tears real? Are those tears real? Well, some people on Twitter were able to get closer up to her face, and there are no real tears. I just don't. It is not convincing at all. And let me tell you, the jury's not going to be convinced by that either. Right? I've been looking at Twitter, and it's very divided. It's definitely divided. There's a lot of people who, completely believe her. There are some people who sort of believe her. There are a lot of people who don't believe her. This isn't going to be an earth-changing case or verdict or anything like that, but there does need to be justice if, in fact, this wasn't self-defense, right? So there needs to be some sort of consequence for creating a scenario where this person, you're in a volatile, hold on a moment. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get Steve to stop barking. He has a very Steve Zero says wolf. He says wolf back. So anyway, that's where my feelings are at. And when you look at the cumulative information that we've received in trial here, she's a cross between Sherry Papini and Amber Heard. Her, I don't know. Here's the bottom line. It was a very, very obviously toxic and volatile relationship. Was he an angel? Clearly not. He was clearly not an angel. Was she scared of him? She might have been scared of him. But again, none of that justifies, no, Steve, none of that justifies taking a human being's life. Okay? So hold on one moment. I'm going to go look and see if there's any other interesting react like outside the court. Well, look what I just came across. Look what I just came across. There's apparently some interview with her.
It seemed like a fairy tale. A beautiful ballerina, seen here dancing in the Nutcracker for the Maryland Youth Ballet, swept off her feet by a dashing older man, married after only 13 days.
And it sensationalizes that the Black.
I'm a little freaked out by this, you guys. This is an ABC interview that looks almost exactly like the one with Nightline, that looks almost exactly like the one that Amber Heard did after her trial was over. And this is just now this is being published today. This was just published today on the day of her testimony. And I may, because this was just posted, I may get copyright dinged for it, but we'll see.
Black Swan has a catchy ring, and it sensationalizes my life and my situation. And so they ran with it. And it's sad to me that people who don't even know me have this idea of a monster when they think of me.
Doug and Ashley met in 2016.
See, look at that. Listen to that. Listen to that, you guys. This is where you start to really see somebody's true colors coming through. You know, she's in a media interview. She wants to get her. If you're in a media interview like this, you want to get your story across about why you're innocent, right? About why you're innocent. Not thinking about it's not as much about, it really shouldn't be as much about how everybody's looking at me. Oh, that's right, Patricia. No, I didn't see it yet. But I'll, if we have time, I'll look for that after this.
And it's sad to me that people who don't even know me have this idea of a monster when they think of me.
They're just, they have this idea of a monster when they think of me. Like, okay, what does that, how does this prove that you did not shoot a man in cold blood? That's my issue with this.
Doug and Ashley met in 2016 at a political event. They instantly connected despite their 30-year age difference. Doug was a recently widowed father to a teenage daughter, Eva. At her stepmother's trial, Eva testified about the early days of their romance.
They were just with each other all the time. It was very lovey-dovey. They never left each other's side.
Doug even reversed his vasectomy so he and Ashley could have a child together. But their whirlwind romance started to crumble. The ballet company they started together failed. Soon, their marriage fell apart.
Ms. Benefield was alleging that Doug had been violent toward her. She alleged that he had hit the dog, fired a gun into the ceiling. The biggest allegation was that he was poisoning her and their child in utero with heavy metals.
In text messages submitted as evidence, Doug admitted to shooting a gun in the home, writing, "I shot the gun. How many times did I tell you I was having a nervous breakdown?" And punching their dog after an argument about his daughter. "I punched the dog because you got me so mad, like you wouldn't stop about Eva, always Eva." Ashley sat down exclusively with 2020 co-anchor Deborah Roberts.
Hey, I can vouch for nothing will piss off a parent more than a step parent being an asshole about that child. You know?
Just before her trial began.
How are you doing?
It depends on the moment. Yeah, there's good days and rough days, good moments and rough moments.
You haven't spoken out before. Why did you decide to talk now?
I'm really doing it for other people.
What?
Because I know I'm not alone in this.
Oh,
There are women all over the country, all over the world who have gone through or are going through hard situations behind closed doors until you have been there or it's someone that you know and care about. It's not something that you think about.
While pregnant with the couple's daughter, Ashley moved to Florida. Doug's former attorney testifying Ashley didn't tell Doug when she had the baby.
Gosh, we didn't know for a good 5 or 6 weeks after she was born.
He only found out when Ashley filed a restraining order.
And so on May 6th, I saw that Ms. Benefield had filed a petition for protection against domestic violence. And in that filing, there was, she identified the birth date of the child, as well as I think the child's name, which is the first time we learned about that too.
okay.
In opening statements, prosecutors claiming Ashley wanted Doug out of her life so she could raise their daughter alone.
This case is about a woman who very early on in her pregnancy decided she wanted to be a single mother. When there was no other option, she shoots him and kills him and claims self-defense.
But Ashley's attorney countering that she was trapped in an abusive relationship.
Doug Benefield was a manipulative, cunning, and abusive man who absolutely insisted on control.
Doug's cousin Tommy also sitting down with 2020.
I'm here today to tell Doug's story because he's not here. We want to tell the truth. We want to acknowledge his flaws, his mistakes like he did, but we want him to be.
So I'm seeing what happened here. Okay, I'm seeing what happened with this. I've been sitting here going, wait a minute. So they have footage. They already have an interview with her, and they have footage from the trial. ABC clearly assigned a camera crew to this trial. They've been taking their own footage, and then they scheduled interviews with these people during the trial. So these people actually sat down and did these interviews within this week. And then Nightline put this together. And they're definitely going the route. They're very much portraying Ashley as the victim. Let's keep going with what he says.
Be remembered for the great human man that he was.
Things came to a head on September 27, 2020. Doug was helping Ashley load a U-Haul at her mother's house. They were planning on moving to Maryland, with Doug living separately. According to court documents filed by the defense, Ashley says Doug struck her, hitting her on the side of her head, and then tried to keep her from leaving the room. The clinical psychologist who had previously evaluated Ashley and Doug testifying.
When I saw her after the incident, there was edema, swelling on the side of her face.
Ashley claims she feared for her life and shot him multiple times in self-defense before running to her neighbor's house.
She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here. We need the police before her mother and the little girl gets back from the park. I don't want them to find it.
Now 32, Ashley choking back tears as jurors heard that 911 call.
She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her and she shot him. They've been having trouble.
Doug's adult daughter, Eva, telling 2020 she doesn't believe it was self-defense.
If it was self-defense, why did she shoot multiple times? You know, if I was defending myself in a situation, I would shoot once and I wouldn't shoot to kill. I wouldn't take a life away.
In court, the medical examiner testified that the gun was fired from at least 3 feet away.
I determined the manner of death to be homicide.
No one is disagreeing that Doug Benefield died at the hands of another. The question is whether or not that death was justified by what Ashley Benefield perceived in that moment.
There was always this little thought in the back of my head that said Ashley's going to do something to him. Ashley's going to sabotage him somehow. So when that happened, I was obviously shocked, but that little voice in the back of my head said I was right. She did. She killed him.
Outside court, advocates for survivors of domestic violence have rallied around.
That's her kid right there. That is her kid in the purple holding up the sign. That is sheer exploitation of that child.
Ashley, including her mother and daughter Emerson, now 6 years old.
But we want the truth.
Jesus.
We want everything out there so people will see that Ashley is not guilty for what they say she is.
The prosecution rested their case today. The defense begins tomorrow.
The defense is going to put on witnesses and evidence to try to argue that she had reason to fear for her life based on the months and years of abuse.
The jury of 5 women and 1 man are expected to begin deliberating Ashley.
Oh, wow. Now we know it's 5 women and 1 man. That's the jury composition. 5 women. That's very, very interesting. You know what the statistics are, right? At least one out of every 5 women have experienced some sort of assault or abuse in their lifetime. Most of the time it's sexual assault. 3 in 1 women. No, that's sexual assault. 3 in 1 women experience some sort of abuse in their lifetime. Okay. 1 in 3 women, I should say. I keep saying that wrong. 1 in 5, some sort of sexual abuse. 1 in 3, some sort of domestic abuse. Okay. And there's 5 women and 1 man on that jury. Interesting.
Ashley's fate next week.
You could possibly go to jail for a very long time.
It's a horrible reality. I wouldn't wish this on anybody. Emerson's already been through a lot. I can't imagine how this would affect her if things were to go poorly at trial.
This shocked me. And then isn't that weird? Isn't YouTube weird? The next thing that it offers me for autoplay is Chris Watts' Jezebel. Chris Watts' Jezebel. I just find that very interesting. That's what YouTube would offer me next. So Patricia, I'm on that channel, Deep Dive True Crime. And is it the last video on their channel? Was it a live or a video? I'm not, because I'm seeing a long video about the Ashley Benefield thing, but I don't see an interview. Okay. They're going to probably be back in court soon, but if you find it, go ahead and email it's a premiere. There isn't a tab for premieres on YouTube. Anyway, so while they're going to be back very soon in court. But I'm just looking at my email, just trying to see if I've received anything. Uh, oh, yep, they're coming back in. So while we're watching the empty court and them about to come in, you guys, I think remember how I was talking to you all about my personal social dilemma, what I should do about YouTube? I think I might have come up with an idea, and I am going to start a new channel. A channel. I'm going to keep this channel. I'm going to start a new channel. I'm going to tell you all about it. Here. I'm not going to tell everything about the channel right now, but I'm actually excited about it. The thing is that I'm probably not going to be sharing the new channel on this channel because no, it's going to be on YouTube. The thing is, I don't want to, it takes time to get used to producing on a platform. It just really does. And before I totally ditch YouTube, and I like my friends here. That's one of the main reasons I want to start a new channel, is because I like my friends here and I want to have fun with them. So I want to keep this court channel and keep doing this, but I have a new channel that is related to crime that I feel like has a lot of opportunity for participation with people, discussions and things like that. And one of the things I want to do as part of the channel is have like a book club, like where once a week we during one of the lives we are reading a book together and commenting on it, and it can be a true crime related book. Well, Chopper, we can actually do that here. And I can expand this channel to where it's not just about courts, right? Where I'm not only streaming court trials. Let me see if they're saying anything interesting. Nope, they're not. I'm just sitting there looking forlorn. Yeah, people can jump on panel, but it's gonna be true crime related, but the idea is to have fun at the expense of criminals. Fun at the expense of criminals. I have no problem making fun of criminals as long as it's not, over the top, super cruel, disgusting, crude, and too personal. But you know what I mean? The whole premise of this new channel is criminals are fucking stupid, you guys. Most criminals are stupid, and our media depicts criminals as if they're smart because they were able to fool people. Criminals, lie, cheat, steal. They misrepresent things to get things from people. Ashley's mom smuggling Zeppelins. So the idea of this channel is to focus on how stupid criminals are and to laugh at how stupid they are. And that opens up so many opportunities. There's so many opportunities to view criminals. Lynn Bingo mixed with Guess Who? Lynn Bingo mixed with Guess Who? But I mean, the thing and the reason I like this, the idea of it is that, it's having fun at criminals' expense, and that opens up the field for many, many people, because there are a lot of criminals and a lot of them are on YouTube. A lot of them are on YouTube. They are criminals and they are on YouTube, and they display their absolute total idiotness on YouTube all the time. So I don't want to have a channel where, where I'm sitting there, slagging them and creating drama. I despise drama. Okay. It's more like a lol cow type of thing. All right. So, I believe that if we're going to be laughing at anybody's expense, it's going to have to be at the expense of of criminals who are actually convicted criminals. Now, I'm not going to, but I'm not going to. I'm just not the type of person that is okay with over the top cruelty, even for criminals. All right, so that I think you guys get my drift, but there's just so many different ways that we can expound on the fact that most criminals are in fact complete and total idiots. We could do an entire Chris Watts is an idiot series and talking about all the different things he did that was so idiotic. How many times he lied, his porch interview, just going through interviews, going through court testimony, going through their text messages, going through their jail calls and letters, going through their body cam footage and seeing how stupid they are. And I don't mean stupid in the sense that they were born with any sort of cognitive delay. I mean, they portray themselves as these brilliant people who can get over on anybody, but they're actually fucking stupid. So stop running around acting like somebody who was able to fool you out of $1 million is somebody to be revered. No, they're a criminal. So now another thing that kind of excites me about this is, who else? There are criminals of all shapes and sizes, all stripes. It opens us up potentially into the political realm, because there are lots and lots and lots of criminals in the political realm. And I'm not talking about the one criminal that just got convicted on many, many, many felony charges. I'm talking about both sides. All sides of the political spectrum have ridiculous, idiotic criminals that we can tear apart. And it doesn't have to be a political discussion, So, just beyond what I may need to do, though, is I will probably not signal using this channel or my other channel where that other channel is. I'm not doing anything wrong. It's just that I don't want I don't know. I haven't made these decisions yet. The whole point of this is that YouTube has probably he's talking. Okay, hold on a sec.
Over the break, I no sooner got upstairs than realized I gave you the full sequestration instruction. Now, there was no objection to it. Case law talks about if there's an objection to it or a deprivation of the right to counsel. But I want to make sure if there was any error, or even arguable error, that I correct that now.
We'll be able to get it all worked out.
Okay, so I'm happy if you want to take time to speak because you're allowed to. I'm happy to take a recess and give you that time if you need.
Thank you. We're fine.
All right, sir.
I think there will be a pre-objection to something I intend to enter into discussion.
Okay, yeah, if you know about them now, let's talk about them before we bring the jury in.
But I don't know which ones it could you reject?
All right. Oh, you don't have to approach. Or unless you want to. Is it something we want to keep?
No.
Okay.
It's her fault that she walked.
I did.
So I have States Exhibit 103 and States Exhibit 104.
Yes. It's their objection, so.
Okay, yes, objection.
Relevance is to the modeling photo, and mugshot, we submitted a memorandum to the court. It's pretty clear case law, mugshots are not.
I disagree that the case law is clear and the mugshot is not admissible. But the relevance of both of those is to show her face before and after this incident, so the jury can make their own determination if there's swelling on her face. And I did say when we had a pre-trial discussion about the mugshot that I would not intend to enter it unless the defendant made it relevant by testifying that she had swelling on her face. So I do believe now that she said there was swelling on her face, I can introduce the mugshot that occurred weeks later to show.
I apologize.
I was done, I'm sorry.
Objecting party, rebuttal.
I know I wasn't able to introduce in the state's case in chief. I don't think they should be entitled to introduce at ours either.
Well, I think there was some evidence that was introduced. It all depended on what it was. Thank you both very much. 103, what did you refer that to? A modeling picture? Is a modeling picture showing the defendant's front face down to the chest area. And 104 is, I've not compared it, but you say that's the booking photo that was taken when she was arrested. All right, I was just checking because there's like a speck on it. I was checking to see if that was a paper speck or in the picture. So yes, what we originally talked about, I don't think I don't agree that there's a blanket prohibition on the entry of a booking photo. However, it is a bit of a more unique situation if there was an erroneous decision not to allow one party or the other to introduce evidence during the other side's case in chief. It's a fairly simple remedy that the other party can just call them in their case in chief or in rebuttal, lay the proper predicate and introduce the evidence if it's admissible. In this situation, it's a little bit different. Obviously, these would need to be authenticated by the defendant. So I don't think it's improper. I'll allow it. The only thing I'm going to require, however, is the 104 is just to be referred to by the date. On such and such a date was your photo taken.
And Judge, I respectfully disagree. There's no case law that says a jury cannot know that a person was arrested. The only case law is that a person cannot be made to sit at a trial in jail clothes. But there is no prohibition. They know she was arrested.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that helps substantiate the date that it was taken and the time that it was taken.
And I think you can ask her the date and time. So, yeah, no, overruled.
All right, can I see the exhibits?
Of course.
And Judge, just for the record, the state has still not
There it is.
the order defense exhibit list.
Here's the serial killer death too.
Are there any other defense exhibits? Well, let's finish. Let's close this issue out.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right. Had her breach kit.
All right, so defense has handed state 103 and 104 back. The question was asked regarding defense exhibits. I don't know what's left. I don't know what witnesses are being called or when. But do you have an exhibit list that complies with Rule 3.220?
I think we gave them all.
No?
Judge, they gave us 360 something items, file folders with multiple pages in each one. That is
Patricia,
not.
tell us about
that
the
does not
serial
support the
killer.
rule.
Guess who?
They need to tell us what they are going to introduce specifically.
Well, the rule calls for what do you intend to introduce?
We have them, share them with the prosecution.
What I have on the screen was sent to me by Patricia.
Prior to any other witnesses being
Serial
called.
killer. Guess
Okay,
while we're just waiting for them to make their decision
are you ready? State.
on this evidence.
Judge, I just still would ask for a list because it's hard for us to, when showing us them, I don't have the ability to recopy them and do all those things like I would have if I had gotten a proper list. And so it's just hard for me to be able to then go find the things to be able to figure out if they're complete.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a mid-trial exhibit exchange. And we'll take a break. Maybe it'll be the mid-afternoon break. I have no idea.
We'll give them a list.
And you're gonna get a list. And if not, you can go through them and you can write on a piece of paper exactly what they are. And if you say, I want a copy, they're gonna give you a copy.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Problem solved. You ready? You ready to go?
Yes.
All right. When we finish, Ms. Benefield, you were on the stand, so if you could reposition yourself, please.
And if we could.
Oh,
put
you
the
made
screen
that?
off
Sure, that's cool.
And shut the lines. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Patricia made that.
The clerk is gonna leave the lights. The clerk's gonna leave the lights as is. When you need the lights lowered, then let us know.
Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. 52. I don't need that. Oh.
All right, bring in the jury.
Now let's see how she holds up on cross-examination. And, you know, the state has a tough task ahead because they can't seem like they're bullying her. And she seems to react to literally any stimulus. I mean, it doesn't take much to cause her to cower, you know?
Or you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Over the lunch break, did anybody talk amongst yourselves or discuss the case in any way? Did anybody talk with anybody outside of the jury about the case? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about?
No, sir.
Everybody says no. So state, you may begin your cross-examination.
I would like to just start with a couple of issues. So first, Doug Benefield never punched you ever, correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Doug Benefield never choked you ever.
No,
He never kicked you.
no.
He never pointed a gun at you,
He waved a gun in my direction.
but it was not pointed at you,
It
correct?
was pointed at me while he was waving it at me.
He never came at you with a knife
No,
or a club
no,
or a baseball bat.
no.
So there are 30 years difference between you and Doug, correct?
Yes,
And you got married after 13 days.
yes,
And you spoke with him about or organized with him about starting this ballet.
yes.
Correct. And all of the money for the ballet came from him or investors, right?
My mom also funded the part of the ballet.
You didn't put anything into it. Money.
Not from my account, no.
Okay. In fact, during this time in South Carolina, you never worked, did you?
He wouldn't let me work.
Okay. When you said in the very beginning he flew you to South Carolina to visit before you were married, he paid for that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the cruise you talked about going on, he paid for that?
No.
He didn't?
He did not pay for the cruise, no.
Okay.
Yeah, he paid for my friend to go, but I had already paid for my mom and I to go. So
Okay. So he paid for your friend to go,
yes.
and he did not go with you.
Oh no. Mm-mm.
I want to ask you about the text messages that the defense talked to you about. It's going to be Defense Exhibit 3. I'm going to hand it to you. And I have the entirety of it on a spreadsheet that I'm going to put up, which is State's Exhibit 99. If we could dim the lights, please. And Judge, based on the rule of completeness, state would enter into evidence States 99.
Did you want to be heard in addition to what we said earlier?
I haven't actually seen the specific message.
I think the fact that she admits that he never physically punched, kicked, hit her, physically harmed her is a big admission. There's no prior act to say that he's going to just haul off and beat the hell out of her.
Any objection to States 99? Received.
So I'm going to put this up on the board behind you, screen. We're trying to get it to come up on the screen. Okay. So I would like to orient you to what we're looking at. So on the top line, it gives whether the messages are outgoing or incoming. That would be the third, fourth column that we're looking at. And what I would like you to do is read the body of these as we go through. I'm going to expand it so you can see it. And if you could just read these for the jury.
Okay. One part is just looking at Renee.
Who is that from you or from Doug?
It's from Doug to me.
Okay. So from Doug, one part is just looking at Renee. Okay, go ahead.
I'll tell that part to start. The day I met her, I felt her before I saw her. Oh. My ex-husband lived to argue. Renee and I maybe argued 5 times in 15 years, and even then ended up laughing. Smiley face. I'm a clown at heart and love people being happy. That seems like a hard act to follow. Baby. Like always being armed. Yes, my love.
And outgoing messages are you or Doug?
It looks like outgoing is Doug. Yeah, outgoing would be from Doug.
Judge, can we see the date for reference of the messages?
It's up on the screen. So yes, my love, I think was the last thing you said. And then what's the next thing?
Are you doing things that are dangerous?
And you're going to have to speak up just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Here.
Are you doing things that are dangerous? To think of all the time that you were not with me and understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom.
Where was he when he was sending you these messages? While you were on the cruise?
I believe he would have been in Charleston.
Okay. He wasn't on a business trip?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Continue reading. All the other people.
All the other people. Then a rectangle. It makes me so sad. And then another rectangle. If I dwelt on it, I would go into rage to remove them from the earth.
And your response to that?
Yes, baby, I hate it. It hurts. He said I could defend myself. And you were easy prey for predators. You're sweet and want to please people, and they used that.
And you said, I'm sorry, and then he said,
I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed.
And you said,
oh, baby, my love. Yes. Like that night, like last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in a sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck and I couldn't defend you. I said, thank you, baby, but I was okay. He said, but could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove images in my head. It is same, and knowing you were taken advantage of in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. And I said, yes, baby. He said to enjoy the beauty he did craft on earth. I see Renee as Eva's mom, not my wife. It is strange, but...
Can you pull that back up?
He said it is strange, but there is no emotional connection. I said, well, I'm glad. I just wish I could see it that way.
And you said, I'm glad. I wish I could see it that way. Were you talking about being jealous of his relationship with Renee?
I guess you could put it that way.
Okay. You can continue to read.
I know we both have a battle to fight in our minds. He was sitting on the mantle in the background. I'm crazy, I know. But it just killed my head. Heart, I know I see you in my mind with a bad person with your legs spread and a shitty person choking you out. That haunts me. I love you and I never want to hurt you. I'm sorry. Oh, rectangle. Now all I see is some douchebag on top of you, fucking you with your legs spread and him choking you out and fucking you more. Right now, I literally want to kill him or them. I said, baby, don't even think like that. He said, you haven't seen the warrior side and you never want to. I said, no one will ever touch me. I am yours. I don't. You are right. I want to see you only as my sweet and loving husband who is gentle to me and kind. He said, we went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. And who is always there and safe? That's what I said. And I said, let's not ruin the day. He said, but kill the bad people. Okay. And I said, tell me that you love me.
So this conversation was about things that you had told him that people had done to you, correct? When he's talking about, I'm imagining this, I'm imagining people choke you, he's talking about a conversation that you had had with him explaining that this had happened.
I think he was referring to on the cruise one night I was talking to him on the phone and I was sitting out in the hallway up at the top deck and I was just trying to get somewhere where it'd be quiet so I could talk to him. And it was near, there was some like a bar or something up there, I think, I'm not sure, but people were coming in and out, like maybe a restaurant. And while we were talking, he heard.
Is the answer yes or no? Did
She's saying,
She needs to allow her to finish her answer, Your Honor.
you finish your answer.
He had heard a couple guys that were talking loudly and he got upset because he thought these guys were going to hurt me. And so he had talked about then that he imagined that, you know, I was out in the world without him and that people were going to take advantage of me and that he didn't know it was going to happen to me.
and he was afraid for your safety.
Yeah.
And he was saying that if anybody hurts you or he thinks about anybody hurting you, it sends him into a rage.
Yes.
And that scared you.
I'm sorry.
And that scared you.
Well, as I said earlier, at the time, I kind of, you know, played it off in my head that he was just my new husband who was trying to be protective and like show that he loved me by kind of being, you know, manly.
Okay. So I want to talk about you having a baby. So Doug had a vasectomy removal in April of 2017, right?
Yes.
And you paid for that?
Part of it went on my debit card or my credit card.
And your intention was to get pregnant?
Yes, we had talked about that, yeah.
And this was how many months after you were married?
We got married in September, so October, November, December, January, February, March, April. 7.
And was this, during this time, you said he had started criticizing you, right?
Mm-hmm.
About the way you looked, your clothes, the way you acted. He was, according to you, he flipped a table, tried to flip a table, threw a chair, right?
Yes.
He would scream at you.
Yes.
He would call you slut and whore.
Yes.
And you want a baby.
I mean, yeah, we were married. We wanted a family.
Okay. So the vasectomy reversal happens, and I believe you said that this baby was a surprise. Is that what you said?
Well, we weren't like planning on it right then. You know.
Were you having unprotected sex?
I suppose so.
Okay. So you knew that unprotected sex would result potentially in a pregnancy.
The doctor had told us that it probably wouldn't work for a while. So it wasn't something that we thought would happen that fast.
Okay. But it did.
Yes.
How quickly? When did you get pregnant?
I guess July.
And right around this time is when you say the incident happened where Doug threw a gun at a wall.
He threw it at me.
Shot a gun at the ceiling. I think you made several allegations, correct?
Yeah, he admitted to it, but yes.
What were you arguing about?
I think Eva was part of it. I don't specifically remember.
And wasn't it true that you had a problem with Eva and you thought she was disrespecting you at that time?
I wouldn't say I had a problem with Eva. There was a lot of tension in the house, but yeah, there's a lot of things going on that were not ideal.
You knew she was 15.
Yeah.
And you knew she had just lost her mother tragically to death.
Yeah.
And you were how much older than her?
10 years, 9 years, 10 years.
And this tension surprised you?
No. I mean, at first he had told me that she was really going to love me and that she was ready to have a woman in her life and that he wanted me to move in quickly because she needed a mom. So he made it sound like she also felt that way.
And you had no feelings of your own?
I was excited to get to be her stepmom.
And you gave her a shadow box right around this time, correct?
For Christmas, so it would have been in December.
All right. And what was the shadow box?
You want me to describe it?
Yes.
It was like a small picture that had like deep sides and like the glass was at the front of it. And there was a sand dollar that I had painted and decorated. And I put it on like a black cardstock. And I wrote a saying on it that said something about how like you can be strong through the storms and that, you know, seashells are beautiful things that come out of storms.
And that shadow box is the reason you were arguing that day with Doug, correct?
I know it came up at one point. I don't know if that was the reason.
And what was the problem with the shadow box?
Eva had taken it apart and I guess had thrown out the thing that I made and was using the picture frame for something else.
What was she using the picture frame for?
She had put a rose from her mom's funeral in it.
And that upset you pretty badly, didn't it?
It made me really sad. I'd taken a lot of time to make it for her and I thought it was special. And yeah.
You began crying.
Yes.
And you dropped to the floor and sobbed hysterically.
Probably.
You were so upset that she put her dead mother's rose in the shadow box.
Right. It wasn't that. It was that she took it apart. I mean, I would have bought her another shadow box.
You went to Doug and said it was disrespectful that she took this apart.
According to Doug?
No, according to you. You went to Doug and said, she's acting disrespectfully. You need to handle her. She upset me. I'm crying.
I don't remember saying that about that.
Isn't it, in fact, what you were arguing about before this whole incident with the gun and the ceiling?
Is this relevant as it relates to the daughter?
Can you approach, please?
Y'all, man, I'm getting flashbacks. I have a story. We'll see if we get through it by the time they come back, but I had made some special, like very sentimental, similar types of things for my ex-husband. And then I left him, right? And we hadn't divided divided all our stuff up yet.
So the day that this
I'll
argument
tell you
happened,
later.
you actually at one point were in the car with Doug, right?
Yes,
Okay, you were going to the bank and going to do some other errands.
I believe so.
And the entire time you're upset about this shadow box.
I don't distinctly remember that, but the argument kind of came from there, I guess.
And in fact, it wasn't an argument, right? It was you being upset.
Well, he said that like life was out of control and he couldn't deal with the people at home and he couldn't deal with the people at the ballet. And he felt like everything was just too stressful and he was upset with everybody.
And didn't he ask you to stop?
I'm sure at some point.
And you didn't stop
I guess not.
for the car ride? No? Yes or no?
I don't remember.
And you kept telling him you need to discipline Eva.
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. And he said, let's just stop talking about this for a while. I need to think.
He was yelling at me.
So he's yelling at you, but you weren't sitting there like you are now, were you? You weren't sitting there like this.
I guess I was buckled into the car, so I probably would have been sitting further back.
And you didn't stop. And then you get home, you're still arguing, correct?
He's still yelling at me, yes.
And you're not yelling at all. And the fact that he had a gun with him when you continued to argue in the house was because he grabbed the gun from inside the car to bring his items from the car into the house, correct?
I'm not sure why he had it, I guess.
Okay. And it was in a holster.
I believe so.
And you both used to carry guns.
Mm-hmm.
You carried guns on a regular basis.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have had at the time more than one gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually bragged, as well as Doug, about having guns, correct?
Yes.
And you would go shoot them on a regular basis.
I haven't been to their range since before the presidential election.
Okay. But during the time that you met Doug at a political event, you had one of the guns in your bra.
Yes, that's where I concealed carried.
Okay. So having a firearm in a car or in the house is not that unusual to you.
No, ma'am.
All right. So after you get back inside, there's this argument that continues on and on and on and on. And you're still asking Doug to discipline Eva.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you say he was waving a gun around and threw a gun at you. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So he has a gun in his hand, could point it at you.
He did point
but
it
he
at me.
throws a gun at the wall.
No, he threw it at me. He missed me.
Okay. And it hit the wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When was this? What was the date of this argument?
I believe it was the end of June.
2017.
Yes, ma'am.
When was your wedding reception?
It was shortly after that, maybe like a week or two later. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. So even though you've been married before, you were now having a wedding reception.
Yes, when we got married, it was just the two of us.
And at this wedding reception, you had a lot of guests come?
I'd say maybe a dozen. My friends and family came.
And they're dressed up?
Yes.
You're in your wedding dress?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 10. I want you to tell me what this is, or I'm sorry, it's 100. I want you to tell me what this is. It's going to come up behind you. What is this a picture of?
That's a picture of Kevin, Christy, me, and then Doug.
Okay. And is that a picture from the wedding reception that we just talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 101. What is that?
That's a picture of me and my friend Christy.
And is it at the same wedding reception?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 102, what is that?
It's a picture of my friend Laura and me, and then my friend Christy.
And this is also at the same reception?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State will move into evidence states 100 through 102.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Any objection to states 100, 101, 102?
No.
Received.
Thank you. And in states 100, are you scared here of Doug?
No, I would not say no.
You said on direct examination that around this time you were living the nightmare. Those were your words, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you living the nightmare here?
Oh, no, not at that moment. No, that was a very nice day.
How about at this moment?
Oh, it was a good day.
And states 102 at this moment?
Same. It was a good day.
So you get pregnant and you decide to move in with your mother. So when do you decide to move in with your mother in Florida?
It was the end of August, I believe. I was really sick, and he brought me down to my mom's house and dropped me off.
Okay, but going to your mom's house was your choice, right?
We decided together. He said he couldn't take care of me. He was too busy, and that my mom could take care of me better. So I was happy to go.
And you needed someone to take care of you while you were pregnant.
I was really sick, yes.
Okay. So you moved down with your mother at maybe August of 2017, you said?
The end of August, I believe.
Okay. But there's still this issue of the injunction in South Carolina while this is going on, this South Carolina-Florida thing, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, you said you applied for the South Carolina injunction, or you received the South Carolina injunction right around that time in 2017. Actually, I think you said November 2017.
Yes, a few months later.
So shortly after you moved in with your mother, a couple of months, you filed for an injunction in South Carolina.
Yes, ma'am.
And we talked about the fact that, or you talked with the defense about the fact that it was a mutual injunction.
Yes, ma'am.
So both parties agreed to stay away from each other, correct?
Yeah, I believe that it was for both parties to stay away.
No evidence was presented at this hearing.
I don't believe so.
None of your complaints were heard at this hearing.
There was like a written, like a filing.
But the judge, other than that, did not hear any evidence at the hearing.
That's correct.
All of that was forestalled because the two of you agreed, okay, fine, we will have this voluntary stay away order.
It was decided through the attorneys, but I believe that was, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So the judge never found that Doug Benefield was dangerous and ordered this injunction.
I'm not sure what the judge found. I don't know what you mean by that.
There was never a court finding giving you an injunction, other than you stipulated to it.
The judge ordered it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this injunction, actually, part of it says that neither party shall harass or threaten or do those types of things to each other.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. So then after you're in Florida, you get a package that you say was in violation of this injunction. And it's a birthday present, right?
Yes.
It's a tea set.
Among other things, yes, ma'am.
And you liked tea.
I like drinking tea, yes, ma'am.
You drank tea all the time with Doug.
Yes.
Okay. And you open this tea and you claim that it smelled so strongly that you automatically rushed it to the sheriff's office.
I didn't specifically sniff the tea. It was when I opened the box, the whole contents had a very strong chemical smell.
So you immediately rushed it over to the sheriff's office?
No, ma'am. I immediately sealed it up and I left it in my garage.
For how long?
I don't remember specifically. It was like maybe a day or two. I don't remember.
It was a little bit longer than a day or two, was it not?
I don't remember.
So after this time goes by, you take it to the sheriff's office and you claim that this was a violation of injunction. Right?
It was, yes, ma'am.
And you also claim that this was all part of Doug's poisoning scheme to poison you and your unborn child.
Hazmat informed me that there was toxic
I don't want to hear what
chemicals and-
someone else told you. I want to hear what you claimed, that this was part of his poisoning of you. Plan to poison you.
Well, based off of what I was told, that was the conclusion I
Yes or
came
no,
to.
ma'am? Yes or no? What, according to the way you felt, this gift was a part of his plan to poison you.
It concerned me. Yes, ma'am.
So no charges were filed for that, correct?
Correct.
So you filed for an injunction based on the same allegations, right?
When my injunction in South Carolina was getting ready to expire, yes, I filed for one in Florida.
Okay. So when you filed in Florida, about what time was this? What date?
I could give you a ballpark. It was in the spring. I don't remember exactly
Spring of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you had left Doug in South Carolina August of 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
And you filed for an injunction in the spring of 2018.
That sounds right.
But you hadn't been living with him, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't even had any contact with him for a very long time when you filed for that injunction, right?
Well, other than him sending the box and
Okay. So what violence were you trying to prohibit by filing this injunction? Everything that happened in South Carolina.
Well, I was just hoping that wouldn't happen again.
Okay. And at the same time you did this motion for an injunction, you also did a motion to terminate Doug's parental rights, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time that you haven't been with him in almost a year, at least half a year, there hasn't been any violence other than you say the T said. You're filing for an injunction all at the same time that you're trying to terminate his parental rights. This is all correct, right?
Sounds correct. I
Okay.
believe.
And you hadn't even had the baby yet.
As of when?
As of the time that you were trying to terminate his parental rights.
I don't remember what the date was, but it would have all been around that time.
And then there's the hearing that goes on for this injunction, right? And this is in front of Judge Moreland, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had a 2-day hearing on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Partially, it was a motion for your injunction based on these issues, and it was also Doug's motion to be able to see his child, right?
I believe at some point things got consolidated, but I don't recall specifically.
So at this point, Doug had not seen his daughter.
Correct.
And your daughter was how old?
As of the date, like the last court date?
Yes.
About 6 months old.
And had there been any violence towards you between the time that you filed for this and the time when you had the hearing and she was 6 months old?
He had showed up at night in my driveway, but I mean, there's no physical contact if that's what you're asking.
Okay. And was this a time when the baby had been born?
I don't remember the date of when he was in the driveway.
How about, since we're talking about this, let's talk about the incident you talked about where the neighbor said that that Doug was there. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, ma'am. He was outside standing in the yard at night, I guess trying to look in the windows of my house.
And where's this neighbor's house?
She is directly across the street.
Okay. And isn't it true, in fact, that this was very dark? It was very dark out.
Yes, ma'am, it was at night.
Okay. And your neighbor told you that she saw someone in her backyard walking, correct?
I think she said that when she confronted him, he kind of ran away.
Okay. She never told you he was at your window.
What she said was that he was trying to look in the windows.
In her yard?
The way the houses are situated, where he was standing, he was looking across into the windows of our house. Yes, ma'am.
And she couldn't see who this person was.
Object.
She told you.
She's asking Ms. Benefield about what the neighbor knew.
She told you she could not identify this person.
She said by just looking, as dark as it was, she had a hard time identifying him by his face, but that she identified his voice.
That's interesting. So let's talk about that. So when she tells you that there's somebody in her backyard, you go to her house, right? You end up together with her.
Yes.
All right.
Not at her house, but yes.
And you play a recording that you've recorded, like a voicemail from Doug for her, right?
She believed it was Doug, and she said that she could probably identify his voice because he had a unique voice. And so I played a voicemail I had from him, and she identified him
The
from
fact is, she
that.
didn't tell you she thought it was Doug. You just asked her if it was Doug.
I believe she contacted us and said that there was a strange man looking across into our windows, and she was freaked out, and she wasn't sure if it was him.
Okay.
I don't remember specifically. I'm sorry, this was a long time ago.
And you play a recording of Doug's voice for her.
Yes, ma'am.
And she goes, "Oh, that's him.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the one that was there."
Yes, ma'am.
So that is the ID that Doug was in her backyard.
I believe she also described his body type, his stature. She said he was wearing a baseball cap, which he often did. So I think that was probably
Don't a
part
lot
of
of
it.
people wear baseball caps?
She needs to allow Ms.
I'm
Benefield
sure.
to clear your answer before she cuts it off.
I've been able to follow along, so I'll overrule at this point.
There's a lot of people that are 5'9", right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
A lot of people that weigh 160 pounds.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of people that wear baseball hats.
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that this person in the backyard said to her, "I live around here. I live here"?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I believe so. I wasn't there for that part, but that's what I believe she told me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now I want to move forward to 2019. Around this time, Judge Moreland had already ruled that you could not have your injunction, right?
She denied it. Yes, ma'am.
And that Doug could have immediate visitation with his daughter.
She ordered time sharing. Yes.
Did you start visitation with Doug and Emerson very shortly after that hearing?
Yes, according to the court order. Yes, ma'am.
And you decided you were going to go with him on this visitation?
I offered, and he said he would be glad for me to come. So yes, I went.
This person that you lived in a nightmare with, you decided to go with him on this visitation?
Yes.
Now, the Judge Moreland hearing, when she ruled, she made it very clear that she did not see your side.
Sustained.
You had no faith that Judge Moreland was going to help you from that day forward.
Overruled.
You had no faith that Judge Moreland was going to help you from that day forward.
I don't know that I'd say I thought she would never help me, but I mean, she denied the injunction. Yes.
So you go for this visitation with Doug, along with him and Emerson, and that begins sort of I think Stephanie Murphy called it like a honeymoon period or a happy period piece. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time, you spent a lot of time with Doug.
Yes.
And a lot of time with Emerson.
Yes.
And you weren't scared of Doug at that time.
He was being very kind.
Okay. So you weren't scared of him at that time?
No. I mean, I had things at the back of my mind, but he was being very kind.
So then around summer of 2019, you actually make arrangements with Doug. He's going to move into your mom's house.
He wanted to move in, yes.
You actually agreed to that.
Not specifically. He didn't really ask my opinion. He told me.
Okay. And then the date that he was supposed to move in, you made plans with him,
Hold on a
correct?
second. Sir, who's crinkling the paper? Is that Mr. O'Keefe?
I was going.
Sir, can you please stop? Thank you. Go ahead.
So during this time, you're speaking with Doug.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And you're talking with him about moving into your home.
He was insistent that we needed to
The
move in
answer is
together.
yes or no, please. You were talking with him.
She interrupted the answer.
If the question calls for yes or no, the questioner has the right to expect a yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't recall,
So
as opposed to a narrative.
You were speaking with Doug about him moving into the house
Yes.
and about his things being moved and when they were going to be moved.
Yes, I'm sure.
And at any time during this, did you say to Doug, no, you're not moving in?
Yes.
You said no.
I'm sorry.
You told him, no, he cannot move in?
Yes, that's why he ultimately didn't move in, as I said, I can't do this.
Isn't it true that, in fact, you didn't tell him no, you just weren't available the day he was supposed to move in?
No, that's not correct.
Okay. So you're saying the day he was supposed to move in, he knew he wasn't supposed to move in? Is that what you're saying?
We had a conversation that day, and I told him that I didn't want him moving in.
Okay. And then you did not take his phone calls. You would not speak with him. I think the word was ghosting. You ghosted him.
I don't know whose word that is, but that's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But visitation continued.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you continued to exchange custody of Emerson where? The sheriff's office or?
I believe at the time we were doing the sheriff's office.
And sometime around this time, you show up to this visitation with the engagement ring on, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who is Dennis Beatty?
Dennis Beatty.
Beatty. Who is that?
He was a gentleman I dated at one point.
And it was during this time that you were dating him, right?
After I told him not to move in, and then we started just doing time sharing with Emerson. Yes, after that, there was a period of time where we dated. Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it a fact that Doug filed for divorce after one of these visitations?
I'm not sure when he filed for divorce specifically.
He filed for divorce after he knew that you were dating this other man, right?
Once again, I'm not sure when he filed.
How did he find out? Did you tell him you were dating him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How did he find out?
I think he was stalking me.
It wasn't the ring on your finger?
It was not an engagement ring. Yeah.
Well, it was a ring. Did he see the ring on your finger?
I'm not sure what he saw. I wear rings all the time.
Okay. So Doug files for divorce. And all of a sudden you file for, you start a bunch of complaints, correct? About his treatment of Emerson. What you say, his bad treatment of Emerson.
Well, she started coming home hurt.
It's a yes or no question. Did you file complaints about his treatment of Emerson?
Yes.
Okay. And you eventually filed for another petition to get an injunction based on those incidences that you claim happened with Emerson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you complained about the first time and nothing was done. Is that correct? With the police, no charges were filed, nothing was done?
I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to.
The first complaint that was made
About
Emerson and Doug, you agree that you made allegations.
Object. Can we approach?
Yes.
So I just want to tell you, like, it doesn't, how do I say this? It is clear that these two had an extremely volatile relationship, and it is clear that both of them contributed to that volatile relationship. Okay. But we can't get lost in the weeds of this. This is not a case where this is not a case where we need to prove that she was emotionally abused. It's clear there was emotional abuse. What needs to be proven is that he was physically attacking her to the point where she felt that she needed to use deadly force against him. And I don't know how, for me, I can't put it together in my brain how he could have been using deadly force against her in that moment if the bullet went into his side, went through his side, basically. The doctor said that it was it went roughly front to back and then side to side, left to right or right to left, something like that. I forget the exact direction from right to left or left to right. But point being, he was not facing her, right? And then the other thing he said was that the bullet in the leg is consistent with potentially him running away. Yep, I agree, Johnny. And so there's just a little too much emphasis on, was Ashley abused? Well, what we've established is it looks like there was a lot of emotional abuse going both ways. And she was scared, and it was volatile. But she was never physically abused. She stipulates to that. Right? So what can they say to prove that she actually was justified in using deadly, like a deadly weapon against him? If she was, it sounds to me like if they were in that, volatile of a situation, she could have just called. She seems to have had time to call 911 rather than pull out a gun and shoot him. And this is my, I of course am a believer in Second Amendment rights.
During this time, did you speak with members of the sheriff's office?
I'm not sure specifically what time you're referring to.
During the time that there were allegations that Doug was abusing Emerson, did you speak to the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
On numerous occasions?
I would say so, yes.
At least 5?
Probably, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during those conversations, you were making allegations that Doug was abusing Emerson, right?
Well, I was explaining the injury she'd come home with. I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened.
Okay, but you were alleging that Doug was abusing the child.
I was concerned after her pediatrician called CPS and said that she thought she was being abused.
Are you aware that pediatricians are required to call CPS when a mother alleges that?
I didn't allege anything. I brought a video to show her at the appointment, and she called
So you
CPS.
Objection. That's your answer, ma'am.
Wow. So do you hear how she twisted that? So she really made it sound like the pediatrician just spontaneously on her own accord made a call to CPS. based on what she saw. But now we hear, no, actually, Ashley brought a video. And then, why else would you show a video to the pediatrician if you weren't trying to accuse somebody of something, and you want this girl knows that the doctor is a mandatory reporter, and that if she says she thinks there's something going on, then that mandatory reporter has to call CPS. She is using the system. This is my opinion. She's using the system, and all you have to see to be convinced that she would be okay with using the system is that she's okay with using her own fucking daughter. 6 years old, this little girl is. 6 years old, holding a sign. Even if her mommy is the most abused person in the world, this is fucking exploitative, and it pisses me off. Oh, God.
After showing her a video of some behavior, she called CPS and she informed me that I was also a mandatory reporter and that it would be negligent if I didn't also call and make a report.
You brought Emerson to the pediatrician specifically for this reason, correct?
No, ma'am, she had her checkup.
But you brought this up to the pediatrician.
At the end, she asked if either of us had any questions.
And that's when you bring up, oh, she must be being abused.
No, I described to her the behavior that I was seeing, and I showed her a video when she came to her own conclusions.
Okay. So you spoke to the sheriff's office about that investigation and other investigations, and about the investigations that Doug was abusing Emerson.
A sheriff usually comes out with the CPI from Child Protection.
And you spoke to them?
I mean, they were there when I was talking, I guess, yes.
And you were talking, making allegations against Doug, assuming that he caused injuries to Emerson.
I'm not sure of my exact words. I was trying to describe to them what I was seeing and my understanding of the situation at the time.
You filed a petition for an injunction based on those things, correct?
At the advice of my attorney, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whether your attorney advised it or not, you chose to do that, correct?
Yes, I followed the advice of my attorney.
And you were aware that if you went forward on this injunction, that it was going to be in front of Judge Moreland?
Yes, ma'am.
And this injunction hearing was supposed to take place on September 30th of 2020. Yes, 2020.
Yeah, it got moved several times, but that was a date.
Okay. So it was supposed to take place on that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And there were other things pending. Do you know what the other pending items were?
Not specifically.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
One of them was Doug's request for a divorce, correct?
Yes, we both filed for divorce at that point. Yes.
So Mr. Benefield filed for divorce, you file an injunction petition, then you file for divorce.
I filed for divorce first.
Okay. And then you're scheduled to have this hearing on 9:30.
Yes, the hearing was scheduled for 9:30, yes.
And you're speaking with Doug during this time, right? I mean, we just heard 200 and whatever text messages between you and Doug.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you at any time in that say to him, I'm going to go forward with this injunction on Wednesday, on the 30th?
No, ma'am.
In fact, based on those text messages, you were dropping the petition for an injunction.
Yes, we talked about dropping everything. Yes.
No, you talked about it, but you said you were going to.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is what the result of the mediation was. That there was not going to be any mediation really because you were reconciling.
Yeah, we agreed, I guess, in order to move to Maryland. My understanding, the attorneys were advising us to, if we closed things down, that it would make it easier, like legal wise, for us to relocate.
So you were telling Doug that's what you were going to do.
Yes, we were trying to work things out so we could all go to Maryland, yes.
And drop the injunction.
That was one of the things.
And you wanted him to drop everything, right? The motion to release the report, the dissolution of marriage, you wanted him to drop everything.
No, we filed a joint stipulation so we could get the report.
But then you asked him to drop that, didn't you?
I know we kind of went back and forth with so many things.
Okay. You never had any intention of not going forward on your injunction.
Honestly, it was kind of one of those things that some days I thought that maybe I should, and some days I thought that I shouldn't.
So during this 1 week before you shot Doug, you're talking and you're saying to him things like, oh, we're packing boxes, we're getting everything together. This whole time, you knew you weren't going to stop that injunction hearing.
I hadn't decided yet.
Okay. Your attorney testified that you were going forward on that injunction hearing.
She was advising me to keep it.
Okay. So during this time when you're telling Doug to bring different boxes, bring tape, you asked him to go to Selby Gardens, right?
Yes, we all went. I think we got lunch. We brought Emerson so she could play.
Okay. And you are having conflicted emotions about whether to go forward on an injunction.
Yes, ma'am.
While you're out having these types of experiences with them.
Yeah, sometimes things were really good and other times they weren't.
Okay. And so how about, let's see. This is part of State's Exhibit 98.
I don't even know what it's doing. I think it's giving you clues, but I gotta guess. Get real? Real?
Working mother, not a working mother.
Working mother, not a working mother?
Not a working mother. I live in a
Slum. Oh no, it's running out of time.
I live in
House.
a
Real house. White.
It was together.
Oh, the housewives of. Oh, real. Oh.
And this video was taken the week before you shot him, right?
I don't know the exact date.
When was? I mean, in your mind, it was very close to the time, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure it was right around then. I don't remember when it was.
And during this time that you were having these text messages with Doug and you're planning to move to Maryland, there's no violence going on.
No.
No?
I guess not, no.
He's not hitting you.
No, ma'am.
He's not choking you.
No, ma'am.
He's not shoving you around.
No, ma'am.
So this entire time, there is no violence going on.
Well, I don't know specifically what time frame you're talking about. I'm sorry.
But during this, let's say from 2018 to 2019, when you're not living with them.
I mean, if you classify violence as him like
I'm asking
punching me or choking me.
Violence during this time.
He could be rough sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he ever punch you?
Not during that time, no.
Did he ever hit you?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever use a weapon against you during that time?
Not during that time, no.
So in between the time of 2019 to 2020, where you shot him, was there any physical violence?
Like I said, sometimes he'd be a little rough, you know.
But other than that, he never was physically violent.
He didn't like punch holes in the walls or anything like that, no.
So when I asked you if has he been violent, you said, well, he didn't punch holes in the walls. Is that what you just said?
That's what I just said, yes, ma'am.
So punching a hole in a wall to you is a definition. When I ask, was he violent? Your definition of that is punching a hole in a wall.
I think that is violent.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
So hang on just a second. So I want to get to the day that all of this happened. This happened on a Sunday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're moving on, or you have a hearing on Wednesday.
I believe that's correct.
And
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
moving right after that.
I think the actual day of move was kind of in flux. It seemed like it changed 1,000 times.
You're all getting in the car together, not together, but you're driving cars together to go to Maryland.
Yeah, I believe he was going to be driving the U-Haul and pulling his truck. And I think that my mom was driving her car and I was driving mine.
And you were telling him during that time that you were going to move to Maryland and attempt to reconcile.
No, ma'am.
You weren't telling him that.
No, not in those words. No.
Did you hear Dr. Broder testify about that? That he said that when you were with Doug.
Objection here.
So you're denying that you ever told Doug that you were wanting to reconcile with him.
I said I wanted to find a way that we could do things together as a family for Emerson's sake, and that's why we started doing things differently. He wanted to move back in, together, and I told him that I didn't want to do that. I didn't feel comfortable with that.
Did you say that in Dr. Broder's office? In front of Doug?
No, not in front of him.
So when you're with a safe person, a psychologist, you're not telling Doug this.
What? I'm sorry.
You're saying that you told Doug when it was just the two of you that you didn't want to move in together.
Yes, ma'am.
And you felt safe telling him, I don't want to move in with you. Right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, we had that conversation many times. Yes.
But you're in front of this psychologist who one would think is a safe environment with Doug sitting next to you. You hear Doug say to Dr. Broder, we are going to Maryland and we are going to try and reconcile. And you don't feel safe enough to say to Dr. Broder, no, that's not what I want to do.
I would want to make him look bad in front of somebody else.
Okay.
I wasn't going to disagree with him in front of anybody.
Okay. So the plan was to load up the truck, get everything done, and then move very shortly after the court hearing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had no intention of dropping that injunction, so you knew on the day of that hearing, he was going to know, right?
I'm sorry.
You knew that Doug was going to know that you had no intention of reconciling with him.
We had the conversation many times. I think he understood where I was at.
Okay. You saw the text messages between you and him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that those text messages do not indicate that?
It doesn't say we're getting back together, moving in together.
It doesn't say we're not going to reconcile.
I mean, not specifically, no. I wasn't going to argue with him.
If you got your injunction on that day, September 30th, how would you have moved together?
Speculative.
I'll sustain.
What was your plan if that injunction was
Speculative.
granted?
Different question. Overruled.
Objection, speculative.
No. You can approach.
That's a crazy story, Patricia. And uh the unfortunate thing is that we are seeing that these types of things are more and more and more and more common. I mean, I think they've been common for a long time, but because of the internet and social media and everything, we see so much more of it, where we have access to so much more information about it, So my algorithm is particularly attuned to local news all over the country, local news. And and what I mean by local news is like the local TV stations at and they come up with these stories every single day. So some of them.
So if the injunction were granted
to the
on
next
that
level.
day, what was your plan about moving to Maryland with them?
I don't know that I really had a plan. I wasn't even sure whether or not I was going to go through the injunction at that point.
Yeah, there's something funny.
Take care.
Okay, so I want to get to the night that all this happened. So you knew Doug was coming over.
Yes.
You invited him over
Yes.
to help you move stuff in the house,
Well, specifically stuff in the garage, but yes.
stuff in the garage to the truck.
Hmm.
Right? And he came to your house a couple of times. He came and then left and then came back again.
Yeah, I believe he came twice that day.
And there is a gate to your community.
Hmm.
And when he's at the gate, you had to let him in.
Sometimes, because he was frequent in and out, sometimes the gate remembers license plates, and sometimes it opens and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes he would just follow people in. The gate kind of stays open for a while. But yeah, sorry.
But on this day, you weren't concerned about him coming over.
No, I knew he was coming.
Okay. And when he came over, your mother and Emerson went to the park.
I believe they were headed there. I'm not sure. I think they were down the driveway or on the sidewalk, something like that. They were on their way there.
You weren't so afraid that you wanted your mother to stay there and watch.
No, we were just packing to move.
Okay, so you weren't afraid.
I definitely didn't expect this to happen.
So it was okay with you that your mother left?
Yeah, at that time.
Okay. So if I heard you right during your direct, you said he bumped your shoulder twice. Body check, I don't know if that's what you called it. He walked into you with a box, right?
Yes.
And then at the end, you say he slapped you?
He hit me. I wouldn't know how to classify it. He struck me, he hit me.
Was his hand open or closed?
I don't remember.
Okay. And because of those things, you claim that you thought he was going to kill you.
He had never hit me before.
Okay. And you thought he was going to kill you.
He wouldn't let me leave. I tried to leave. He stopped me.
The question is, you thought he was going to kill you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you were in the bedroom, you decided to get your firearm. And it was where?
It was in a storage bin on top of the laundry basket.
Okay. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 52. If you could turn around and look at that. Where was your firearm?
It was in the bin on top of the basket.
Here?
That's the basket. The laundry
Where was the
basket.
bin?
It's that right on top.
Okay. So it was in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you have a firearm in there?
I had just emptied all the furniture and everything out of my room, and it was kind of like what was left from my drawers, and so it got put into a bin.
Okay. And that was not your only firearm in that room, correct?
Correct.
You had a firearm in the closet.
My carry gun was in my backpack, which was my purse at the time.
So in this room, with a mattress and a broom and a hamper, you had 2 firearms.
Yes.
So you go into the room and you grab your firearm. Is it in a holster?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you claim that Doug does what?
He came and slammed the door open. He was standing in the doorway. He said, "You're fucking done."
He said, "You're fucking done." And that made you fear for your life.
Yeah.
Can we turn the lights up, please? Thank you. So he says you're fucking done, and you point the gun and you shoot.
I held it out in front of me first so he could see it. And I said, "Stop."
Judge, if I could have her step down so she can demonstrate.
You may.
If you could just come down. So Doug opens the door and does what?
Standing in the doorway, kind of like this. He said, "You're fucking done." And I held the gun out in front of me. I said, "Stop." He got into this like fighting pose, literally turned sideways. And he was like moving around with his like arms in his hands. And he started like inching forward towards me.
So he why do you call it a fighting stance?
He looks like a fighter. I don't know, like a ninja or something, I don't know.
Okay, so he's standing there, he turns to like this and starts moving his arms around.
Like that.
Well, show me, what was he doing?
And like I already got like this, and he was like making like fighting motions. I don't know, I'm not a fighter, I don't know.
Okay.
It was scary.
Did he have his hands in fists?
Not at that point, they were like, I don't know.
Was he coming at you like this?
And he lunged at me very quickly.
Okay, so he lunged. Was his fist up when he lunged?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you start shooting, and he does what?
He kept coming at me.
Okay, so then you keep shooting again. And he falls down on his back.
His legs went up in the air.
Okay, where do his legs go?
In the air.
How high in the air?
I don't know.
Did they go over his head?
I don't know. It's like his feet slipped out.
Okay.
And his feet and his legs went up in the air.
And were you still shooting at the time?
I don't remember.
You can have a seat.
Hey, music mom. As you can see, the gallery is very condensed and torn up.
So after this incident, you claim that you had swelling to your face, right?
It's going to take a minute. All right, where's the jury? Can you please close up your notes, put them on your chairs. I'm going to ask you to step out for a minute. You can use the facilities. It's not quite our mid-afternoon break, but we'll treat it as such. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't discuss it with anybody outside the jury. Don't do any research like we've talked about. All right, the jury's out. You can have a seat.
I'm sorry.
All right, we'll take 5 minutes. Yes.
All right, y'all. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't. That was probably the worst courtroom performance I've ever. That was worst. That was worse than Amber Heard. And I'm probably about as empathetic as anybody can be. Literally seeing people just tear up makes me tear up. I got nothing for this woman. So let's break this down a little bit, okay? So remember how I was telling you I couldn't understand how she could explain that he's in a doorway in like a confined space and she's in a room and she has a lot more room around her, right? And she's saying here's where it went to guilty for me, okay? When the prosecutor asked her to show her, how was he coming at you? What was he doing? And if he was really doing things that scared her and the movements that he was making, she would have had she's an articulate person. She knows how to describe things well. She would have been able to say, first of all, her traumatic memory would have locked into her brain the body movements he was making. Okay? Those body movements he was making that somehow scared her, she turned into some like weird flailing motion. If she really, to be very, very convincing to show us how he was, coming at you, take the stance that he was actually taking. When she was asked to basically take the stance that he was taking against her, she couldn't. She kept saying, well, I don't recall that. No way. Absolutely no fucking way that you're not going to remember being that scared if you were that scared. There's no way. And then the movements that he was making are so spastic that all you can do is like flail your arms around. That is not an attack on somebody. If he hurt her, if he slapped her, or if he hit her, that's terrible. That's terrible. That does not prescribe, I need to shoot you now, when he's standing in the doorway doing these awkward body movements. The reason she couldn't replicate his stance and his body movements and all that type of stuff is because that isn't what happened. And his legs flew up when he fell. Exactly. His legs flew up when he fell. Yeah, exactly. What do you mean it was a combative stance? What do you mean by that? Well, I don't remember. It was shocking. It was too long ago. Wait a minute. You say he's in a combative stance and you remember all the words he said to you, and it was so incredibly scary and shocking that you felt the need to shoot him. You need to convince me with a with a much better memory than you have right now of what his body was doing when you shot him. So basically, the picture we have in our minds as a jury is her basically just standing there with her arms flailing. And that's supposed to be his attack of her. You know why? Because he wasn't attacking her. He simply was not attacking her. And that's where I'm at guilty. Okay. Now, the other thing, and this didn't have me at guilty, but this had me at, oh, hell no. Okay. Is her literally standing there having an emotional breakdown, standing there. And as she's recalling the incident, she's acting as though it is so scary to her and so traumatic to her and in so much pain that all she can do is wail and scream and when you're not trying to convince people that you are emotional, you suppress that, you control that. Okay.
They're coming up. When you're just trying to get the truth of the matter out there, you're not sitting there having an emotional breakdown. And it was so unconvincing. There was literally not one person that I saw on the calendar keeping up with her emotions at all. All of them were looking at her like, is this real? Is this real? And I think, as Johnny acutely pointed out,
she was probably definitely emotional. Oh, that's weird. Am I muffled now? I think it's because I had the court audio on as well. Am I still muffled, Sparkles? Okay. Shoot. Darn it. It'll come back to me. Yeah, should I take this bulletproof vest off my head so you guys can hear me talk? I'm kidding.
He says no. You may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you. Can we dim the lights again, please? Thank you. So after this incident, you said you had swelling.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be to the left side of your face?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be where? Show me where.
Like in this area.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 103. I'm going to put it up on the big screen. Can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture of me.
And when was it taken?
I have no idea.
Was this taken before you met Doug?
I believe so.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 104. And I'll move it up a little bit. When was this picture taken?
I believe in October of 2020.
Wasn't it taken on November 4th of 2020?
I believe that's correct. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
No further questions.
All right, man. You can retake your seat.
No
Just leave that
regrets.
exhibit there. No,
Interesting.
you're not, you can take your water. I meant the paper. There you go. Just, yeah, the clerk. Thank you. All right, defense, call your next witness.
I believe it's Samara Sweet, Your Honor. We're just checking to make sure she's here.
Judge, I think we need out on this.
Okay.
But we also saw why it was so risky to testify. That was the most unconvincing.
Sorry, I figure I might be. Now we know why it is so risky for the defendant to testify. Because am I muffled now? I turned the court audio off so I wouldn't be muffled. Okay, good. Let's see what's going on. But this just shows you why it is so risky for defendants to testify. That was probably the least convincing testimony from a defendant I've ever seen. And we've seen some pretty unconvincing testimony. It's almost as if it's almost as if she studied Amber Heard's testimony and thought it would be a good idea to be like her. Maybe she was a pro Amber person and thought Johnny should have lost that. So she still took notes from the trial and said, I'll be like that. Because I mean, look at her now. Look at her now. She looks so composed and normal. And if you are having that much, let me tell you all, okay? Let me tell you all. When you are, how many, maybe I won't tell you, I'll ask you, how many of you have ever been that upset to where you are hysterically crying and, uncontrollably crying, and now just a few minutes later, look as though nothing ever happened? Literally, like, there's no red residue on her face. I don't think I saw a tissue. There's no residue of that emotional turmoil on her face. Her eyes aren't even red. I mean, I would still be upset. I'd still be calming myself down. If I was that upset, if I was so upset that I couldn't control myself in front of an entire courtroom while I'm trying to answer questions in my own murder case, it would take a lot more than just a few minutes to pass to calm me down. I would need a good amount of time. Oh my gosh, me too, Teacup, man. The next day after I've cried, I've had a cry, I look like somebody hit me. I could take a picture of my eyes and be like, look, I'm a victim of abuse because my eyes are so swollen the next day. Sparkles, I haven't seen every defendant get headphones, but I've seen a lot of them get them. Like, I'm pretty sure, well, no, I didn't see Alec Baldwin.
I'm sorry. So I'm going to let you step in the back so we can have our legal conversations. I'll get you back out as soon as I can. Don't forget your deliberations. You're free to use your phones, but don't communicate about the case with anybody outside the jury. Don't do any research on those things.
I don't know. Guess we'll see when the jury goes out.
Just before you start on that, can the clerk just confirm she got all those exhibits back? I just,
Right, you can all have a seat.
okay,
She
thank
count-
you.
She counts them on a regular basis.
It might be a motion to dismiss from the defense. That usually comes up at this point in trial. No, actually not. Wrong point. Sorry.
I don't know what they're doing.
I'm sorry. Okay, so we got a proponent, we've got an objection. Is the witness in here?
She's right outside.
Okay, good. I want to make sure she stepped out. Okay, so the defense has called a Miss Sweet, who apparently is a former prosecutor in the 12th Circuit.
Yes.
And she, if I understand correctly, she was assigned in the misdemeanor division, the domestic violence division, and the case, the alleged violation of domestic injunction regarding the T-set was assigned to her.
Correct.
And you expect her testimony to be that she intended to file the charge, she was waiting on some receipt.
Receipt is the package.
Like a mailing receipt?
Yes.
That would have shown what, the return receipt?
That Stephanie Murphy gave to Detective Gillen.
And then you believe her testimony would be that she intended to file the charge, but then she was transferred out of that division.
She left the office.
Or left the office, okay. Because that's one of the temporary assignments that they give to misdemeanor folks. So she left the office, and that's it?
Well, and her training based on domestic violence training, she believed Ashley to be a victim of domestic abuse, and that Ashley exhibited all the symptoms of domestic abuse, in particular, remaining quiet as a result of intimidation and going, for example, the state's case is predicated on Miss Benefield going along with Douglas Benefield. For example, on the first parent sharing exchange and the week leading up to the shooting, they put in those 263 text messages and the video at the restaurant, all showing Miss Benefield and Mr. Benefield's company as apparently happy and not afraid. And abused, those are the classic symptoms exhibited by abused women. They are afraid to reject the abuser for fear of reprisal. And what happens is after a while, they reach a state of compliance where physical threats are no longer necessary because they know what potential is. So they become compliant. That's also what Bruce Ferris is going to enlighten the jury on. And I remind the court that this is the state's theory. They have put into play, they injected it, they raised it, initiated it, that because Miss Benefield didn't look scared in the company of Douglas Benefield, and that she was exchanging these text messages with him for the week leading up to the shooting with smiling faces and basically compliant behavior, that shows that her claim to fear of Douglas Benefield on the 27th is a fraud. And we now need to explain to the jurors why an abused woman would act like that. and would, for example, not agree to be present at the first parent sharing exchange. When a child is involved, it magnifies the situation so that the mom, if she's afraid of, in this case, Mr. Benefield, because of prior acts of domestic violence, she's even more afraid for her child. So the mother's going to make it a point to accompany the abuser in an effort to protect her child. That's what we are now obligated to show to properly defend this case. And we can do that through the training and expertise of Samara Sweet, as well as Bruce Ferris.
Judge, first of all, this witness was not listed as an expert, because if she had been listed as an expert, I would challenge the qualifications to be an expert. Just for your honor's knowledge, we did not have a domestic violence unit at the time. I know our office has in the past. We did not have a domestic violence unit, so she was not in any domestic violence unit. Even if she were an expert, there is absolutely no way that she could testify that she felt that Ms. Benefield was exhibiting behaviors of an abused person. I think it's completely improper. And the issue of the decline of the injunction, or the fact that Ms. Sweet intended to file, is irrelevant. I can tell your honor, and for the court's knowledge, it's because when we got the receipt of when that package was sent, that receipt showed a date that was a problem for us. And that is why that case was declined. So the decision was made after Ms. Sweet left the office and we received the receipt. So the fact that she would be testifying, I believed her and I wanted to file it, is completely and totally irrelevant.
Yes, sir. Rebuttal?
Yeah, so the court may recall that Deputy Weber had issued a capias for the arrest of Douglas Benefield for the delivery of this package. Detective Gilliam came into court and told us that he suspended Deputy Weber's request for a capias, and we have a communication from Deputy Gilliam that we got by way of a public records request, where he acknowledges plain as day that it was a violation, that it was during the time that the South Carolina injunction was in effect. But he nonetheless refers it to the state attorney's office. This is the assistant state attorney that was working that case. She's go.
Okay, so while they're arguing this slightly boring notion, this is what it boils down to for me. For the jury to, and this is not a legal argument, this is just Lynn's layman, court watcher observation. For the jury to find her guilty, they would have to believe that emotional, that cumulative emotional abuse in and of itself is imminent danger. Imminent danger. Because
a longer afternoon break. When I do that in the afternoons, I will typically have a deputy escort them down to the jury assembly room where they can kind of spread out. The machines are there. The rest.
And I don't know if you're picking up what I'm putting down, but basically, okay, here's the next witness.
That's a good the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
Right. And that.
My name is Judge White, presiding over this case. As the deputy said, just make yourself, go ahead and sit down, make yourself comfortable in this seat. Pull yourself up so you're about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. There you go, to just
But Johnny, battered wife syndrome usually involves physical violence. There was very little physical violence in this situation. And she said that he wasn't doing stuff at that time. So
Afternoon, Ms. Sweet. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Yes, Samara Sweet, Sweet.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
What's your title and where are you employed?
I am the trial lead of counsel at Lydecker, which is a civil litigation firm.
All right, and you're a Florida bar licensed attorney.
Yes, sir.
At one point, were you a staff attorney for the Manatee County State Attorney's Office?
Yes, I was.
How long did you serve in that capacity?
So there from 2018 to 2022. It's about 4.5 years, I believe.
All right, and during that 4.5 year stint, was there any special assignment that you held?
I began with the misdemeanor division here in Manatee County. After 6 months, I moved to Arcadia. So I was in DeSoto County, where I started in misdemeanors and moved up into felonies, where I would have dealt with anything from possessions of controlled substances all the way up to child sex crimes and murders.
Specifically, did you have any training in domestic violence?
We did. Every attorney at the state attorney's office does go through CLE's trainings on how to deal with domestic violence victims, because especially when you're working in the misdemeanor portion, a lot of your crimes are batteries and a lot of them are domestic violence victims.
Can you give us an idea of how many cases you handled involving domestic violence?
Oh, I think at one point my caseload was 700 when I was in Arcadia, and at least a third of those were probably something domestic violence related.
Did you deal with not only abusers, but the abused?
Yes, most of the cases I had as a prosecutor, my victims were abused individuals.
Were the majority of your victims in domestic violence cases females?
I would say a large amount were females, yes.
Were you assigned, while in your capacity as an assistant state attorney for the 12th Judicial Circuit, were you assigned to a matter involving Ashley Benefield?
I was, yes.
How did that come to pass?
So when I was in Manatee, I had the caseloads with all defendants that had the last names with B, D, or I. So Ashley Benefield's case came to me and she was the victim in the case that had been assigned to me for a violation of an injunction.
Do you recall specifically the nature of the violation?
It was a package that had been delivered to her allegedly from her ex-husband.
All right, and the domestic violence injunction that was violated, do you recall from where it had been issued?
It was from out of state. I believe it was South Carolina.
And did you meet with Miss Benefield?
I did.
Do you remember on how many occasions?
I believe it was twice, because when the case first came, there's elements to a violation of injunction that have to be met. We had not yet had all the information, so I did meet with Miss Benefield, got some more information, and then had to follow up on the investigation. I had to meet with her again after that.
Did there come a point in time when you made a filing decision?
I did not. I have left the office before a filing decision was made. I had been moved to Arcadia at that point.
I should have articulated that question better. Had you, as part of your investigation, individually reached a conclusion as to whether or not you felt it justified going forward and charging?
I did. I think I was still waiting on some information to prove if the package had actually been sent by Mr. Benefield. And that was the last information that I had left to my predecessor before I left. But I did think that if that information was given, there was enough to file.
And would it help refresh your recollection if I suggested that you were waiting on a copy of the receipt for the package?
Yes, I was waiting on to see who had sent that, and I know I had been in contact with the officers involved.
Do you recall whether or not you were dealing with Detective Gillum?
That I'm very bad with names, so I do not want to say yes or no, sir, if it was Detective Gillum or not. That does sound familiar, but I might have worked with him on other cases as well.
All right. How was Ashley Benefield when you first met her? Can you describe her demeanor?
Yes, she was very upset. She seemed scared, worried. She had come to my office and she was crying when she was sitting in my office with me. I did think that she was worried about the package that had been received.
Now, was it your practice generally to always meet with the victims in the cases that you were prosecuting?
Yes, it's office policy.
Had you formed an opinion about the genuineness of the fear that Ms. Benefield expressed?
I did believe that she was in fear and worried about that.
And from the investigation that you conducted, did it vindicate, other than the actual label for the package, the factual representations that Ms. Benefield had made to you? Want me to restate that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, that didn't come out too good. Did your investigation corroborate the facts that Ms. Benefield related to you?
It did, yes. There had been a package received. The package, I know she believed had some weird smell coming from it. And my recollection was that had been investigated, but the package had been delivered to her. I think she said it was close to her birthday, around that date. I can't remember exactly, but it did. The facts that I had investigated did lead up. South Carolina, when I reached out to them, had said they had given an injunction for her.
All right. And do you recall contacting the toxicologist with respect to the contents of that package?
I did. She had brought me a toxicology report on that meeting, and I did call the doctor. Now, in all candor, I can't confirm if that's exactly the doctor, but I did speak to someone on the phone who said that Ashley did have weird things in her blood system at the time that did not correlate to someone's normal toxicology. But she couldn't say from where that had come from, but that there were abnormalities in that report.
And you say you have considerable experience with women who have been victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
Is there a certain pattern in your training and experience that you see in these women?
Yes. So a lot of times we'll have a lot of these meetings involve an abuser. We have the abuser who has abused someone. By the time they're coming to us, a lot of time has passed. So we always want to explain to them that normally we see a cycle. You have an abuser, he does something wrong. Then it's, I'm sorry, I'm very, very nice. They come back, and then we end up again in this situation with more abuse.
Kind of like a hamster wheel.
Yes.
Did you form an opinion as to whether or not in your discussions with Ms. Benefield that she fit the profile of an abused woman?
I did. When we discussed, she did seem that she had been isolated at that time. She was very scared. The way she had spoken to me did give rise. She had mentioned some minor physical issues that had been occurring, but abuse doesn't always have to be physical. Sometimes it's psychological, mental, emotional. And she was in my office when she was sitting. She did seem to be presenting like that.
Is it a pattern and practice of abusers to employ psychological intimidation?
I mean, normally a lot of the times in the reports I would have, we would have something of threats or some sort of information leading up, text messages, Facebook messages, things of that sort.
And let me ask you this. Are these abused women, despite their fear, often in the company of the abuser?
A lot of times I've seen them return back to their abusers, yes.
And have you experienced abused women when in the company of the abuser acting as if everything is fine.
I wouldn't be able to say I've seen them with their abusers, but a lot of times if we were in court trying to present, I would see them come in to defend the defendant that we had or to withdraw claims and that kind of thing.
I guess the point of my questioning is merely because the woman appears content, is that an indication that she's happy in the company of the abuser?
No.
Why is that?
Just, I mean, I have more facts by the time I've seen the investigations, I've seen interviews, things of that sort in our caseload. They might be presenting, telling the judge something, but clearly we've seen, photos of abuse. They've sat and given us recollections of abuse, that kind of thing.
You left the office before you were able to actually conclude and file a charging document.
That's correct.
And as you sit here today, do you know what the disposition was?
I believe it was decided to not move forward, so it was dismissed.
That's all, Your Honor.
Promise.
When you were in the misdemeanor division in Manatee, I think you said 6 months.
Yes.
So what was the time frame then?
I know I had started, I want to say April of 2018. So it would have been 6 months from there because I think I got out to Arcadia around October, November-ish.
Okay. And was the misdemeanor job in Manatee your first job out of law school?
No.
No. Okay. Did you work, where did you work before that?
Before I worked with Eric Reisinger, I actually did criminal defense.
Okay. All right. So when you talked about the domestic violence training, were you referring to the domestic violence training at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the normal domestic violence that everyone is sent to the class?
Yes.
And how long is that class?
I think it's 4 days.
Okay. And is there any other domestic training?
I know the office does some pretty good domestic training. They'll do PowerPoints, luncheons, things of that sort. I think there's some, I don't know if they still do it because now I'm aging myself, some field trips to like the TILA and some of those organizations that work with abused women.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
No, I think that's got it.
All right, man, could you step back onto the hallway, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. She's out. Proponent, you can start with your, there you go. She's waiting in the ante room. Now we got her in the hallway. Proponent of the evidence, argument.
Yes. So, Your Honor may remember that Detective Gillum made the allegations 2.5 years later, despite the fact that there was no early.
So what you just saw was a witness voir dire. So the jury is not in the room. They had to each do their questioning of the witness to see if she was could qualify as a witness in the trial, either as an expert or as a specific witness. So now the judge has to decide whether she can be a witness. I have no reason to believe he won't allow this person to be a witness.
Therefore, he countermanded Deputy Weber's request for a capias. This witness impeaches the statement by Detective Gillum because she was the assistant assigned to the case at the time, and she had made a decision that, in fact, she was going to file, but for the fact that she left the office beforehand. She had conducted the investigation, completed it. All she was waiting on was the label of the package, which, interestingly enough, the court may recall, Detective Gillum recovered from Stephanie Murphy. but it apparently didn't make its way to Samara's suite until after she left the office.
All right. And the objecting party?
Judge, I would object. I don't think she can testify as to anything. She just testified to. I think most of it is opinion, and she is not an expert. And even if she was an expert, she wasn't listed as an expert. So she cannot give opinions. And any opinion about whether someone, as a prosecutor, whether someone violated the law or not is inappropriate testimony for court. A lot goes into filing decisions. The prosecutor has discretion the same way police officers have discretion. To add any significance to that, I think would be completely improper. And so I would object to anything to do with her decision-making with the state attorney's office. And also, as I said, I think there was some information that was gained after she left that played into that decision. But additionally, I think she would not qualify as an expert of domestic violence. And I think even if she could, a lot of those things would be inadmissible anyway, what she would say.
All right. Mr. Taylor, do you have any final thoughts you wanted to put on the record? Any final thoughts? Rebuttal?
That's good.
All right, thank you. So one of the very interesting things about this case as we have gone along is there have been some very interesting, and I think I said the other day, unique legal arguments that have been made. Certainly, I would like to think it's in honor of the Olympics starting tonight that you guys have put me through my mental gymnastics for the last couple of months. You know, another judge that's here in Manatee County, I hear him say this a lot, and I think it rings true. There are some very difficult decisions that we make as judges, emotionally difficult, legally difficult, factually difficult. This is not one of them. This is a very, very clear and easy decision. I'm going to put the part about Ms. Sweet offering any sorts of opinion as an expert kind of to the side, because I resolved this matter well before I consider that she wasn't listed as an expert and the Richardson aspects of that. And what I want to focus on is the purpose of allowing these other incidents of violence or threats is, as we all know, it's one of the carve-outs of obviously case law provides an exception in stand your ground and self-defense cases for battered spouse syndrome. Normally, any peculiarities for a particular defendant, PTSD, low IQ, mental health, are the ones that come to mind quickly, are not relevant and not admissible in a self-defense case because it's a reasonable person standard. So battered spouse syndrome is the carve-out, and the idea by once the defendant has laid the predicate of the overt act, allowing either reputation, and if it's reputation in a relevant community, we've all agreed, well, should agree, the case law says that the defendant doesn't have to know about that. It's just reputation evidence. On the flip side, whenever you want to get into specific acts of violence, threats, intimidation, and I know our net that we've casted here is beyond just prior acts of violence. There's also been issues of threats and intimidation. It's come in, it's in. The case law talks specifically about why that evidence is allowed and why all of that is not hearsay, because it's not offered for the truth. It's offered to show the jury what did the defendant know at the time that the self-defense was used. And unlike the mental ailments I mentioned earlier or other peculiarities of the particular defendant, this is just to show why the defendant would have stayed, and even if there wasn't an imminent violence at the moment, why that person would feel terrified, and all the other bad spells. I won't go into the whole thing. So the issue is not, did this assistant state attorney believe the defendant? Did this police officer take a report and submit a capias, or not issue a capias and send it to the state as a non-arrest? Did this ASA file it or not file it? Did this ASA believe that the defendant was the victim of domestic violence or not? All of those things are completely irrelevant, not to mention prohibited from the witness commenting on ultimate facts or invading the province of the jury. The issue is not the truth or falsity of the violation of injunction or the shooting into the ceiling or any of those issues. That's not the issue. The issue is, was the defendant aware of these prior acts? Example being that the evidence came in regarding domestic violence by Mr. Benefield against his first wife. The way the defendant learned about that was some sort of text message by or between Mr. Benefield and the former Mrs. Benefield. Clearly hearsay. But why does it come in? Because she was aware of it, and it shows some violent tendencies, so she can testify about it, she can talk about it, the jury hears about it to help understand what she knew, and this is in the jury instructions as the attorneys know, what she knew at the moment that this incident was happening. So Ms. Sweet's testimony about whether she believed the defendant or not, whether she was going to file or not, the conversation, that whether she thought that the defendant was genuine and legitimately a victim, the testimony that she had some report and she called someone and there were some sort of abnormalities, unspecified abnormalities in some lab test, that she, characteristics of domestic violence victims and so forth, is just of no moment. So it's irrelevant. It's commenting on the testimony of and the credibility and veracity of other witnesses. It's commenting on ultimate facts. If you want to talk about the expert portion of it, as the defense said, this is all the same things that Ferris is going to testify to. So in essence, I haven't heard his testimony, but what I understood was everything, I believe it was something along the lines of what she's going to testify to is the same as what Mr. Ferris is, and I only say Mr. because I don't know his professional designation. So Mr. Ferris is going to testify to. Finally, on the issue of 403, Ms. Sweet's testimony, the probative value of that is substantially outweighed by the danger of confusion of the issues and misleading of the jury, because it does not matter whether that particular person believes it was a violation of injunction or not. The point is, the testimony is out. It's been demonstrated that the defendant knew about that. She's alleged it was a violation of injunction. There's a dispute. That'll be a factual issue for the jury to determine. But she's alleged it was a violation, which she took as intimidating. And the smell that caused her headache was some sort of physical ailment that would have been caused by the present that was provided. I understand that's her position. State may have a different argument on all that. But this is not even a difficult question. Ms. Sweet is not admissible as a witness. I am glad you proffered, though, because now it's all on there. But no, she's not going to be allowed to testify to what I heard today. Do you have another witness we can call?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, we have an objection to him as well, Judge.
Oh, now, Mr. Ferris is the expert.
Yes.
And the state wanted to have a...
Judge, I'm sorry. We do have a lay witness that we want to get on. Amy called. She's going to be quick. we need to get her back to work.
Hold on, Amy Carlton. And then I assume, I know that's bad, that Mr. Ferris, tell me, does he have a professional designation? Is he a doctor or?
He's a licensed mental health counselor.
So he's Mr. Ferris.
Former deputy sheriff. His practice and his law enforcement experience has been combined exclusively to domestic violence. He teaches batteries.
I just want to know if he was had he a professional designation that I should use. All right. So Mr. Ferris, looking at the time, I would think that after we finish with Ms. Carlton, the Daubert hearing is very likely going to take us to the end of the day. So I expect that we would probably start with Mr. Ferris on Monday. Mr. Taylor?
Well, Your Honor, actually, we have some case law that I was hoping would obviate the necessity for a Daubert hearing.
All right, well, do you want to handle Ms. Carlton first?
Please.
All right.
Mr. O'Donnell just needed to go to the ladies' room, so.
Oh. All right.
I mean, if you want to bring them back in, that's fine. If you
Well,
want.
yeah, we can start working them back up.
Yeah.
I think that'll be good. So let me give you guys 5 minutes. If you need to step out, Mr. Taylor, Ms. Benefield, if you need to step out and use the facilities, that'll be fine as well. We're going to start working on getting the jury up. It usually takes about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
All right. So judge makes a legal conclusion that that particular witness shouldn't come in. They're taking a very brief break right now. I just want to make sure we're all caught up on this. Yeah. So, and you know, I don't have all the legal language for this, but pretty much that decision is based on, look, they ultimately decided not to charge. And the fact that this particular witness is going to say that she believed Ashley shouldn't come in because they ultimately decided not to charge. It would be different if they did decide to charge, right? It honestly, you know, like, again, for the legalities of it, when she was, you know, sitting there on the stand being questioned, I was sitting there thinking, it seems like all of this is, you know, legitimate to come into trial, but the laws can be so nuanced about what is allowed to come in and what isn't. And that is what turns out to make trials so confusing, you know. And I would go back to when she was giving her little demonstration, but I'm a little bit worried of missing when they come back. But you know what? I'm going to risk it. I'm going to go ahead and go back so that we can like look at this again. Because, man, I had so many responses when she stood up and was doing that demonstration of the actual incident. But let me just do something real quick. Okay. So we're going to go back here.
Live to argue.
All right, here we go. Let's break this down. And I'll tell you what I was reacting to here. You're East Coast Beauty, you're welcome here, and your opinion is welcome here. You know, if you believe her, you believe her. A lot of people believe her. I don't know if you're on Twitter at all. A lot of people believe her. I'm sorry, I just don't. And that's based on my own experience and what I've seen over, the course of many trials. And let's walk through this for a second so I can show you what I'm talking about.
He said, "You're fucking done." And that made you fear for your life.
Yeah.
So one of my first things I want to say here is the prosecutor came across as rather hostile. Okay. The way the prosecutor's tone is, and you were afraid for your life. She sounded kind of sarcastic and like, what? Him saying you're done made you afraid for your life? Well, yeah, that's a reasonable thing to think that, when somebody's menacing, you think that somebody's menacing you and they say something like, you're done. Yeah, that can make you fear for your life. But the way that the prosecutor was coming back at her was really unsympathetic to the situation. Because even if we know it was wrong for her to pull out a gun and kill him, if it wasn't, real self-defense, you still have to have compassion for the situation. It was a bad situation, right? It was a bad situation. So let's keep going.
Can we turn the lights up, please? He says you're fucking done, and you point the gun and you shoot.
I held it out in front of me first so he could see it. And I said, stop.
Judge, if I could have her step down so she can demonstrate.
Standing in the doorway. Here. Like this. He said, you're fucking done. And I held the gun out in front of me. I said, stop. We got into this fighting mode where we turned sideways. And he was moving around.
Okay, so here's the other issue I have here, okay? This is her murder trial. So if she believes that what she did was absolutely in self-defense, she does not have to convince us that she was scared. She doesn't have to act out every emotion as it's playing out as the story is told. But when somebody isn't really, when somebody's kind of forcing emotions and wanting to convince people of having an emotion, they overact. And that's why I don't, and let's keep going here and you'll see what I mean.
Around with his arms and his hands. And he starts inching forward towards me.
So she's like, and then he started inching forward towards me. What I needed to hear there was, and then he ran at me, and then he came at me with a knife, and then he started chasing me. And then, what I need to hear to justify pulling out a gun and shooting him is not, and then he was inching toward me. If inching toward her is justification, with his arms flailing, justification enough to pull out a gun and shoot, I'm sorry, but there are a lot more people who should be let off of their self-defense. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
So he why do you
East Coast Beauty, that's silly. People shouldn't be beat up for their opinions unless, people are going back and forth and they start getting hostile toward each other. But I just always ask everybody to be respectful, to say what you want to say opinion wise. No one's going to jump. I'm not going to jump down your throat for having a different opinion than what I'm stating up here. And I ask my chat to be respectful to everybody as well.
call it a fighting stance?
Oh, he looks like a fighter. I don't know, like a ninja or something. I don't know.
Okay. So again, here she says, I don't know. He took a fighting stance. What do you mean by a fighting stance? I don't know. I don't know. No, you would know. Any of you who have been involved in a domestic violence situation or any sort of violent situation, you remember exactly what it was that made you react in a fearful way, in a fight flight response, right? You remember that thing. You don't be like, oh, I don't know. I don't know. That tells me that it really wasn't happening. Okay? That's what it tells me.
He's standing there. He turns to like this and starts moving his arms around. I'm like that. Well, show me. What was he doing?
And like, I really got like this, and he was like making like fighting.
Okay. The prosecutor says, show me what he was doing. And she bends her knees and scoops down and says, going like that. Does anything about the way she's demonstrating this tell you that she was getting attacked and it warranted pulling out a gun and shooting? Nothing.
Questions. I don't know. I'm not a fighter. I don't know.
Okay.
It
I
was
don't know.
scary.
Did he have his hands in fists?
Not at that point. They were like, I don't know.
Was he coming at you like this?
I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not a fighter. I don't know.
Okay.
It was scary.
Did he have his hands
It was scary.
in fists?
Not at that point. They were like, I don't know.
Was he coming at you like this?
So the prosecutor is asking her questions like, did he come at you with a fist? Did he come at you with a fist? No, his hands were like this. Okay. Is that menacing? Is that picture she's portraying? Remember, this is her murder trial. Okay. If she's found guilty of murder, she's going to get incarcerated for a period of time. So is she trying to convince us of her being scared, or what? Why not just tell the story? I know it's traumatic, but you don't have to convince the jury you're scared. It's reasonable to be scared when you're in a fight with your spouse. It's reasonable to be angry. It's reasonable. All of those things are reasonable. But what she is describing does not make it reasonable to pull out a gun.
I don't know.
Okay.
It was scary.
Did he have his hands in fists?
Not at that point. They were like, I don't know.
Was he coming?
Not at that point. At what point? At what point? You mean at the point when you pulled out the gun? And remember, why was her gun so easily accessible? That was an important thing for me. Okay. Think about this. When you are moving, and she was, by all accounts, in the last boxes, packing up all the last boxes, putting everything in the moving van, all that type of stuff. There's nothing in the house but a hamper and a gun and her bag with a gun. Why was it so, when you're moving, I've moved many times, so I know this, okay? When you're moving, you plan out, all right, what are the things I'm going to keep in the house? What are the things I'm going to keep in the house? And what are the things that I'm going to pack up? What are the things I need to keep with me? She needed 2 guns. She needed the one that was on the hamper and the one in her bag. One totally readily accessible.
At you like this?
And he lunged at me. He came really quickly.
Okay, so he lunged. Was his fist up when he lunged?
I don't remember.
He lunged at me. He ran quickly. Okay. Was her fist up? I don't remember. I'm sorry. But you would remember.
Okay. So you start shooting, and he does what? He kept coming at me. Okay, so then you keep shooting again. And he falls down on his back. His legs went up in the air. Okay, where do his legs go? In the air. How high in the air? I don't know. Did they go over his head? I don't know. It's like his feet slipped out. Okay. And his feet and his legs went up in the air. And were you still shooting at the time? I don't remember.
This is the level of emotion you have when you're telling the story the first time. Not for the 50th time, not for the 60th time, even if it's in front of and if it's in front of people, you're not trying to convince them. You're just trying to get the facts out so that your information in trial can get out. This is her putting her emotional state above the need to just be truthful in trial.
You can have a seat. Okay, is that necessary?
Is that necessary? Is that necessary? You can suppress that. You don't have to play that up. I have cried more days in my life than I haven't. I've been that upset, okay? When you're crying in front of people that are not your, that's a bunch of strangers, it's very unlikely that you're going to allow it to devolve into, it's just not believable to me. Okay, so they are back and they have this next person on the stand.
You were out, did anybody?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, or right if you need it. And just speak in a loud, clear voice and we'll hear everything. Can I just move you just a little bit forward?
Okay.
That's perfect. Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon. Would you tell
Good
us your
afternoon.
full name and state your last name, please? Spell your last name.
Spell my last name. CARLTON.
And your first name?
Okay.
Tell
I'm
us.
sorry.
What is your first name?
Amy with a Y.
Okay, Amy, or Miss Carlton. Are you presently employed?
I'm presently employed, yes.
Yeah, where?
Where?
Where, for who?
I'm at one of the hotels in the area.
Okay, and what capacity do you serve in at the hotel?
I'm one of the managers.
How long you been doing that?
What was that?
How long you been doing that?
I've been with the ownership for 4 years now, going on 5.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Herbert.
Miss Carlton, were you and your husband Herbert living in Bradenton, Manatee County on September 30th, 2020?
Yes.
September 27th, 2020.
Yes, we were.
Do you recall that afternoon if you were outside with your husband?
Yes, we were.
Do you recall the address you lived at back then?
It was on Newport News Street or Drive. We've been renting, so to be honest with you, I don't recall the exact street, the number of the street, but it was Newport News.
Do you recall, Miss Carlton, whether or not, what was the reason why you and your husband were out that afternoon?
I have a mini golden doodle, and we were taking a walk.
Did anything unusual occur while you were out with your husband and the dog?
Reason I'm here, you know it. I mean,
Would you share it with us? What happened?
we were taking a walk, and Newport News is a couple streets over from the incident area. And it was probably 3 houses down where we were. And at the time, my dog was probably just over 1. So I don't know. I'm a big dog lover, and she's my life outside of work with my husband. He and I both heard what I don't know. I didn't know what it to be, and he kind of grabbed my arm, and I kind of got startled because it did sound like gunshots. I don't know, at the time we didn't know what it was, and but we heard one right after the other. And me, because of where I work, I'm trained like the attack or panic mode. I am thinking of myself, sorry to be selfish, and my dog and my husband. And he's looking ahead too. And I just remember being a little bit terrified myself and thinking of myself, my family. And so I remember looking up and telling him, well, let's go, let's turn around, let's go back behind the house, because at the time we weren't sure what it was. And also being trained, you don't know what is to come next. First of all, you don't know what it is. So as I'm telling my husband, I told him, call 911. As I'm telling him that, I'm sorry, I'm backing back behind the house because you don't know what's coming next.
All right, let me ask you a couple of specific questions if I can.
Yes.
You say you heard some gunshots.
It sounded like gunshots.
All right. Now, after you heard the gunshots, did you observe anybody exit a house?
Quickly, as we were trying to make sure of our safety, we saw someone leave the house, a lady leave the house. It was, I mean, I don't know exactly like timing wise, because it's like I said, my mind was going through a lot of things.
Let me just keep you on the questions, okay? I'll help you. I'll lead you through it. You hear the gunshots. The next thing you see is what?
A lady came from the house and
describe.
I remember screaming, and that's just the vivid recollection and memory that I have, just the screaming. And I came from the house running to the neighbor's house. I don't remember too much other than the screaming and pounding on the neighbor's front door.
Is it a safe bet for us to say that this lady that you saw exit the house screaming was hysterical?
Yes, yes.
I want you to tell us, Miss Carlton, after the gunshots, approximately how long it took for that woman to come running out of the house.
Oh. So I'm not sure I recall. It was within seconds, though. It was, I don't know. It just, I mean, I didn't even have time, like I said, to pursue any hiding places. It was so quickly.
Do you remember speaking to the police about the incident?
We had an interview. Yeah, it was probably 30 seconds, a minute. I don't know, 30 seconds.
Okay. So you hear the shots, and within 30 seconds, a screaming, hysterical woman comes running out of the house and goes to the neighbor's house.
Yes.
Did you hear banging on the door at the neighbor's house?
I don't recall if I remember stating that or not, but I remember the hysteria of the screaming.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Can the witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Carl.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you've been released from your subpoena, so you're free to go. Thank you. right, go ahead and approach.
Looks like they're making a scheduling decision. Because they have a they have jury instructions to go through at some point, and
So the attorneys and I need to talk about what's going to happen next week. We got to do some legal matters that are outside the province of the jury. So at this point, I'm going to let you go for the weekend. It's about 10 till 4, so you're free to go at this point. Remember the rules for the weekend. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't talk about it with anybody else outside of the jury, and certainly don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about, and that includes being very mindful of watching out for any media that may be on anywhere you go and wherever you might be, to avoid all of that. Okay? Listen, do you still have your parking passes?
Yes.
Everybody's got that. If you've lost your sticker, is there somebody downstairs in the jury room? Okay. Oh, you've got a bunch of them?
Yes. He got us a bunch.
It's like pads and everything. We got them everywhere. Okay, great. So make sure you keep that parking pass. If something happens and you lose it, you're gonna have to come in Monday, see the jury coordinator to get another one, and then go park, because they will give you a ticket or tow you, one or the other. All right. So thank you very much. It's been a great week. Yes, ma'am.
What time do you want us here Monday?
I always forget that part. We're going to start at 9 o'clock on Monday. So if you could be downstairs, 8:30, 8:45 is just fine. Listen, I will say this though. Remember on this past Monday how there was a whole bunch of people? That's how it's going to be this coming Monday, because we're going to be picking another round. Other judges are going to be picking other rounds of juries. So you don't have to necessarily stick together, but you're probably going to want to be off a little bit. Unless you want to tell the other folks there how great jury duty is. That way they won't try and get out of it. All right. Great question. I'm sorry I forgot about that. Thank you very much. You are free to go for the weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
all right. So what they're gonna do is what I believe is gonna be some pretty boring and technical hearings to determine jury instructions and things like that. But if anything exciting happens, we can check it out tomorrow. And Patricia, I also pulled up that interview and we can play that. No, I'm sorry, not tomorrow, Monday. We can also play that part of that interview. Do you know how long that interview is, Patricia, if you're still here? But I pulled it up. So yeah, I mean, overall, what I like about this trial is that it is moving along pretty quickly, right? The judge is pretty cool. I mean, he seems fair. He's no nonsense. He's not a total asshole. He can be an asshole at times, but he's not a total asshole. When he has the right to be an asshole, he's not an asshole. Even he could have been a total asshole to the defense attorney the other day, and he wasn't an asshole. He just admonished him. So he does, he seems like a really fair person, and like this seems like a very fair trial to me, but of course I'm not a lawyer. But her testimony sent me over the edge to guilty, and I'm sure there are some people here listening that don't agree with that, and that's totally okay. These cases are confusing. But what I like about these cases that are confusing and nuanced is that people start to see the differences between. Looks like they're bringing a witness up. It might be interesting to hear what this witness says. They're probably going to try to decide whether this witness can come in.
Familiar with that? So just put yourself about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. Make yourself comfortable in that chair. And we'll get started with the hearing. All right.
This is the witness they were talking about earlier. So now they have to proffer this witness to decide whether he can even come in for the defense. I don't know. Let's see.
Please and spell your last name.
Let's see the first part of it and see if anything interesting is said.
IS.
Mr. Ferris, what type of work do you do?
I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I do individual therapy, and also I do consulting on domestic violence and expert witness testimony.
Let's discuss your education. Would you inform us, please?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering. I also graduated the local police academy in Gainesville, Florida, and I have a master's degree in mental health counseling.
Do you have any specialized education or training in a specific field?
I do. If you look at my curriculum vitae, I think there's over 100 items listed where either classes or seminars or teachings and certificate training that I've attended.
And included in that, would domestic violence be a major part of it?
That was the definitely predominant theme of whether it be a specific class or a conference, et cetera, on domestic violence and intimate partner violence. And if you'd like, I can explain the difference.
Please.
Domestic violence has to do with what we might think of people have a child in common or family members. And that doesn't necessarily mean an intimate relationship. It could be two relatives living in the house together. Intimate partner means there's an intimate relationship, a spouse, a boyfriend, girlfriend. So there's a little difference there.
Try to make sure you voice in the microphone because it tails off.
Thank you.
Mr. Ferris, have you taught any courses or presentations in a specialized field?
I have.
Please enlighten us.
Okay, so he's being qualified as an expert. He's being qualified as an expert witness, which means he isn't going to be testifying specifically. He might be testifying specifically to this case, but they're getting him approved as an expert. And I don't know why it wasn't done before the trial. I don't know why, but anyway, so I'm not super interested in hearing this testimony. I'm personally on the guilty side of things, but things could change, if some major other testimony comes in or evidence comes in or the defense does an amazing closing argument and ties things together and says something that convinces me, my mind could change. My mind could change. I'm not one of those people that has to make a decision and then I'm hard set in it and everybody has to agree with me. No. I could be wrong, but this is just what I see. So please remember to hit the thumbs up. If you feel like making a supporting the channel, I'm just going to share my links, but no obligation, no expectation, just a different way to support the channel. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, I am excited about a new channel idea I've come up with. And it's going to be a channel where I don't criticize YouTube. So they may not shadow ban me on that channel. I don't know if it's a Lynn shadow ban or a Lynn stop talking about YouTube shadow ban. Not sure what it is, but anyway, my new channel will be an experiment in seeing what happens if Lynn has a channel where she doesn't. Oh, okay. Sorry, Patricia. I forgot that those were t-shirts. And so when you sent them, I was like, I forgot what they were. And so you made these t-shirts, Patricia? I like that one. I really like that one. Did you come up with that concept on your own, or was there already a like a meme like that and you put it on a t-shirt? It's really cool. Oh, that's with Sharpies? Oh, wow. That's fun. That's amazing. Sharpies. Man, I wish I could draw. And this is this also with Sharpies? That's really cool, Patricia. That's really cool. I like both of them. I like the concept in the other one. This one, it's just really super cool looking. Yeah, Sparkles asked you, Patricia, is there anything you cannot do? I don't know. I don't know. Your ex is the third ape over. Oh, Janet. Sorry, I mean Solo. Oh my gosh. You guys are so funny. That's why I want to have a fun channel, you guys. That's why I'm excited about my other channel idea. Because and that's why I want to bring you all along with me and not just like start another channel in the dark. Because you all are so freaking funny and creative. And I feel like I'm going to have a format where, more people can join in on the conversation and just cut up and have fun. So anyway, and it'll be, you did, Sparkles. Oh, yes, you did. You waved. Thank you. At times I'm extremely close to the airport to the point of seeing airplanes going overhead. So sometimes I could, next time I might see you. Anyway, all right, my friends, thank you for being here. Thank you for being respectful in the chat. Thank you for contributing your lovely, compassionate, funny, insightful comments. And I appreciate you allowing people to have their opinions out here in here without attacking them. So, all right. I will see you all. I will see you all on Monday for the continuance of this case, where they will probably they'll probably end up doing closing arguments on Monday, and then we'll be on jury watch. So, love you all. Thanks for being here. Have a great weekend. Be safe and stay cool.